Selamat datang kepada Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Selamat datang Pak Mahendra, Pak Pandu, dan juga Ibu Destri, Deputi Gubernur Bank Indonesia ke Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang terhormat Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, yang akan segera bergabung bersama kita. Yang kami hormati Ketua Dewan Komisioner OJK, Bapak Mahendra Siregar. Senior Deputi Gubernur Bank Indonesia, Ibu Destri Damayanti. Menteri Komunikasi dan Informatika Republik Indonesia, Bapak Joni G. Plate, yang diwakilkan oleh Bapak Dedi Permadi, Staf Khusus Menteri Kominfo Bidang Digital dan SDM, Direktur Jenderal Kependudukan dan Pencatatan Sipil, Profesor Zudan Arif Fakrullah, Direktur Jenderal Aplikasi Informatika, Bapak Samuel Abrijani Pangerapan, Ketua Umum Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia AFTECH, Bapak Pandu Patria Syahrir, Ketua Asosiasi Fintech Pendanaan Indonesia AFPI, Bapak Adrian Gunadi, Ketua Umum Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia AFSI, Bapak Ronald Yusuf Wijaya, para pejabat di lingkungan kementerian dan lembaga negara, serta para panelis, partisipan, para tamu undangan, dan rekan-rekan media yang hadir secara virtual, secara fisik, maupun secara virtual dalam acara kita pada hari ini. Kami ucapkan selamat datang di hari kedua penyelenggaraan Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Bapak Ibu hadirin, hari ini merupakan hari kedua dan hari terakhir penyelenggaraan dari Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Pemerintah menegaskan komitmennya untuk terus mendukung peran industri fintech dalam mempromosikan pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional yang resilient dan mendukung stabilitas keuangan nasional. Sekaligus mampu memberikan perlindungan optimal kepada masyarakat yang menjadi pengguna dari layanan fintech serta ekosistemnya. Para pemangku kebijakan menegaskan komitmen dalam menghadirkan regulasi yang akomodatif dan pembangunan infrastruktur teknologi digital guna mendukung optimalisasi kontribusi fintech dalam memperkuat posisinya sebagai salah satu fondasi ekosistem keuangan digital dan ekonomi digital nasional. Untuk inilah penyelenggaraan Indonesia Fintech Summit yang diselenggarakan oleh Bank Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, bersama dengan Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia AFTECH, Asosiasi Fintech Pendanaan Bersama Indonesia AFPI, dan Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia AFSI, bertujuan untuk edukasi dan literasi keuangan digital dan penerapan tata kelola yang baik dalam industri fintech dalam menjunjung prinsip perlindungan konsumen. Nah, Indonesia Fintech Summit yang keempat ini menjadi pembuka rangkaian kegiatan Bulan Fintech Nasional atau BFN yang akan berlangsung mulai dari tanggal 11 November 2022 hingga 12 Desember 2022. Nah, hadirin, sebagai pembuka, mari kita simak bersama opening speech yang akan disampaikan oleh Menteri Koordinator Perekonomian Republik Indonesia, Bapak Airlangga Hartarto. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Airlangga Hartarto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Kami hormati Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia, kami hormati Ibu Menteri Keuangan, yang kami hormati Ketua Dewan Komisioner Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, kami hormati Ibu Deputi Gubernur Senior Bank Indonesia, para narasumber, hadirin yang berbahagia. Marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, karena kita bersama-sama dapat mengikuti kegiatan hari ini dalam keadaan sehat tanpa kekurangan suatu apapun. Saya mengucapkan selamat kepada Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia, Bank Indonesia, dan Otoritas Jasa Keuangan yang telah berkolaborasi menyelenggarakan The Fourth Indonesia Fintech Summit sebagai bagian dari Bulan Fintech Nasional. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, di tengah gejolak perkembangan global saat ini, perekonomian nasional kita cukup resilient dan terbukti mampu tumbuh di atas 5% dalam 4 kuartal terakhir. Terbaru dalam kuartal ketiga tahun ini, pertumbuhan kita mencapai di atas ekspektasi sebesar 5,72% secara year on year, dengan tingkat inflasi yang terkendali sebesar 5,71% year on year di bulan Oktober, di tengah lonjakan inflasi di berbagai negara. Seiring dengan membaiknya kondisi perekonomian nasional, kinerja sektor jasa keuangan juga tumbuh konsisten dan stabilitas tetap terjaga. BPS menyatakan bahwa dalam triwulan ketiga 2022, pertumbuhan sektor ini mencapai 0,87% secara year on year. Perkembangan yang menggembirakan juga transaksi ekonomi keuangan digital yang ditopang oleh meningkatnya akseptasi dan preferensi masyarakat dalam berbelanja daring, perluasan kemudahan sistem pembayaran digital, serta akselerasi digital banking. Data Bank Indonesia mencatat bahwa nilai transaksi uang elektronik selama tahun 2022 naik hingga 404 triliun atau tumbuh 32,27% secara year on year. Sementara nilai transaksi digital banking diproyeksikan bertambah sebesar 30,19% year on year hingga mencapai 53.144 triliun. Selanjutnya, berdasarkan laporan OJK, diketahui bahwa jumlah penyaluran pinjaman online atau fintech peer-to-peer lending sebesar 19,49 triliun atau naik 36,67% dibandingkan pada September tahun lalu. Tren tersebut menunjukkan bahwa sektor keuangan digital punya potensi yang sangat menjanjikan. Untuk itu, kehadiran berbagai platform keuangan digital sebagai domestic player diharapkan bisa mendukung percepatan pertumbuhan dan pemulihan ekonomi. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, dalam rangka mewujudkan pertumbuhan yang kuat melalui perkembangan inovasi keuangan digital, ekosistem ekonomi dan keuangan digital harus didorong agar semakin berdaya saing, mampu mengikuti perkembangan teknologi serta menjamin kepastian, perlindungan hukum termasuk keamanan cyber. Pemerintah bersama OJK dan BI akan terus mendukung perkembangan kontribusi industri fintech terhadap penguatan ekonomi digital nasional melalui regulasi dan kebijakan yang mampu memicu lahirnya inovasi, layanan keuangan digital sekaligus perlindungan optimal kepada masyarakat pengguna layanan fintech beserta ekosistemnya. Di saat yang sama, literasi keuangan digital perlu kita tingkatkan dengan kolaborasi para stakeholder, termasuk asosiasi dan platform digital. Layanan keuangan digital harus makin inklusif dan mampu menjangkau segenap lapisan masyarakat. Dalam hal ini, industri fintech dapat berperan sebagai enabler dalam mendigitalisasi para pelaku usaha, khususnya UMKM. Hasil survei nasional literasi dan inklusif keuangan di tahun 2022 menunjukkan bahwa indeks literasi dan inklusi keuangan telah mengalami perbaikan dengan skor literasi keuangan mencapai 49,68%, meningkat dibandingkan 2019 yang sebesar 38,03%. Sementara inklusi keuangan telah meningkat mencapai 85,1%. Pesatnya perkembangan industri fintech merupakan salah satu pendorong perbaikan indeks literasi dan inklusi keuangan nasional yang diharapkan dapat menjadi solusi untuk pemulihan ekonomi pasca pandemi COVID-19. Industri fintech juga diharapkan mampu mendukung pencapaian target inklusi keuangan Indonesia sebesar 90% dengan berbagai layanan seperti pinjaman online, sistem pembayaran, dan inovasi keuangan digital. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang hadir, konektivitas digital yang memadai dan terjangkau merupakan tulang punggung pengembangan ekonomi digital. Untuk itu pemerintah fokus melanjutkan pembangunan infrastruktur baik fisik maupun digital, mulai dari optimalisasi jaringan fiber optik, pembangunan menara BTS, data center, satelit Satria 1-2, jaringan 4G dan uji coba 5G, hingga low orbit satelit untuk menjangkau masyarakat termasuk mereka yang berada di wilayah 3T. Pemerintah mendorong peningkatan keterampilan literasi keuangan digital melalui berbagai program diklat dan beasiswa yang dilakukan kementerian serta lembaga, serta para pihak swasta. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, akselerasi transformasi digital perlu didukung berbagai upaya, seperti yang pertama adalah mendorong riset dan inovasi, serta jasa model bisnis fintech. Kedua, pengembangan regulasi dan kebijakan keuangan digital melalui standar pengelolaan dan manajemen risiko. Ketiga, peningkatan kapasitas SDM. Yang keempat, pengawasan berbasis teknologi digital. Kolaborasi lintas sektor diperlukan, oleh karena itu saya mengajak kepada semua pihak untuk memperkuat kerjasama antar stakeholder guna mewujudkan ekosistem keuangan digital yang mampu mendukung pemulihan ekonomi nasional. Saya ucapkan terima kasih dan saya berharap Fintech Summit akan mampu menghadirkan inovasi baru guna menghasilkan layanan teknologi yang lebih maju guna mendukung pemulihan ekonomi nasional. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan, terima kasih kepada Menko Perekonomian Republik Indonesia, Bapak Airlangga Hartarto yang telah menyampaikan opening speech pada hari kedua penyelenggaraan Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022 pada hari ini. Ada sejumlah acara yang akan kita ikuti pada hari ini, sejumlah visionary talk, ada sejumlah hard talk juga, dan saya yakin semua topik ini sudah ditunggu oleh para peserta acara kita pada hari ini. Kita akan memasuki Fintech Visionary Talk yang pertama. Di Fintech Visionary Talk yang pertama ini akan mengambil tema atau topik yang akan dibahas adalah Bucket List Checked, Conducive Regulatory Framework to Further Enhance Responsible Innovation in Digital Economy and Finance. Dalam Visionary Talk yang pertama ini, seluruh pembicaraan ini akan dimoderatori oleh Ketua Umum Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia, AFTECH, Bapak Pandu Patria Syahrir. Saya kira Bapak Pandu pas sedang keluar sebentar, nanti kita akan nantikan Pak Pandu yang akan menjadi moderator dalam acara Visionary Talk yang pertama kita ini. Sementara seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi, nanti akan ada sejumlah Visionary Talk dan juga ada Visionary Speech yang akan disampaikan oleh sejumlah tokoh-tokoh yang juga sudah dipersiapkan pada hari ini. Ada Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu yang nanti akan menyampaikan, serta salah satu yang disampaikan oleh Bapak Joni G. Plate. Nanti kita akan nantikan dalam acara kita. Terima kasih juga sebelumnya sudah mengikuti breakout session yang sudah berlangsung sejak kemarin, sementara hari ini berlangsung sejak pagi. Dan dalam pembicaraan tersebut juga nanti kita akan mendengarkan banyak hal yang juga terkait dengan hal-hal yang saat ini sedang dihadapi oleh industri fintech Indonesia. Sejumlah masalah akan dibahas dan diharapkan dalam pembicaraan yang menampilkan narasumber-narasumber utama pada hari ini, kita akan bisa menemukan sejumlah solusi atau tidak framework untuk mencari peta jalan menuju solusi sejumlah masalah yang sampai saat ini masih dihadapi atau akan dihadapi dalam industri fintech di Indonesia. Nah, Visionary Talk yang pertama ini akan segera kita awali, kita masih menantikan sejumlah narasumber yang akan hadir bersama Pak Pandu yang nanti akan memoderatori perbincangan hari ini. Sehingga saya akan mempersilahkan Bapak Pandu yang tampaknya masih di depan perkiraan saya karena Ibu Sri Mulyani akan segera tiba di sini bersama kita. Sehingga acara akan kita mulai saat Pak Pandu tiba di dalam ruangan pada hari ini. Sekali lagi, kita akan menantikan Bapak Pandu Patria Syahrir yang akan menjadi moderator dalam Visionary Talk yang pertama, yang mengambil topik Bucket List Checked Conducive Regulatory Framework to Further Enhance Responsible Innovation in Digital Economy and Finance. Kami mengundang untuk menjadi moderator Bapak Pandu Patria Syahrir, dan sekaligus kami juga mengucapkan selamat datang kepada Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Selamat datang Bu Sri Mulyani dalam acara Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Silakan kami persilakan, dan Pak Pandu sebagai moderator saya persilakan. Pak, kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Bapak Pandu Patria Syahrir.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Selamat siang. Kebetulan hari ini bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu di sini merupakan Hari Fintech Nasional 11.11. Jadi mau mengucapkan selamat kepada para peserta dan pelaku Hari Fintech. Dan kebetulan pada pagi ini kami bersama para regulator ASEAN meeting, dan kita setuju untuk tahun depan kita membuat namanya 11.11 ASEAN, Hari ASEAN Fintech. Jadi itu merupakan kelanjutan karena tahun depan kita juga akan menghosting, Indonesia akan host ASEAN Summit. Jadi laporan pertama Bu. Today this is they call it visionary talk, but essentially these are our bosses when you do business in Indonesia with the regulators. And our topic today is a bucket list check, conducive regulatory framework to further enhance responsible innovation in digital economy and finance. That's a mouthful, that's 3 lines, but quite long and hopefully quite comprehensive. So I'll be your moderator. I'm Pandu Syahrir. I am the chairman of AFTECH. And I think none of the 3 speakers here need any introduction. So what I will do is a warm-up question. This is warm-up, you know, especially after lunch, we'll do warm-up. Okay, so maybe first I'll go to Ibu Desri first, and then Ibu Sri, and then Pak Mahendra. In your opinion, where do you see the digital finance sector and the financial service that are including in technology can play a role in the Indonesian economic growth? You can answer in English, you can answer in Indonesian, or both, you know, whichever that's easiest for you.
Okay, thank you Pak Pandu. Let me answer in bahasa ya, because I love my country.
Bagus Bu.
Alasan aja. Oke, izin Bu Menteri, Pak Ketua. Sebenarnya aku yang terakhir, mereka yang senior.
Oh, it's ladies first.
Oke, katanya transisi.
Transisi,
Okay.
That's another theme we're gonna talk today, transition.
Iya. Pandu says kita santai saja, jadi nggak terlalu tegang karena menghadapi dunia fintech kan sangat agile,
Yes.
adaptif dan agile.
That's right.
Oke, jadi terkait dengan pertanyaan Pandu, saya rasa when kita kalau bicara only fintech aja nampaknya nggak terlalu cukup, harus ada ekonominya. Karena at the end kita bicara tentang ekonomi dan keuangan digital. Fintech tanpa didukung dengan ekonomi digital tidak akan berhasil, tidak akan jalan gitu ya. Nah, kita lihat di Indonesia peluang untuk pertumbuhan ekonomi dan keuangan digital itu besar sekali. Jadi kalau kita lihat data terakhir dari Google Report itu di tahun 2030 kan size-nya sekitar 360 miliar US dollar untuk ekonomi keuangan digital. Dan kalau kita lihat GDP kita sekarang kan sekitar 1 triliun plus ya US dollar. Artinya kan sudah 30% lebih itu ekonomi kita based on EKD, ekonomi keuangan digital. Kemudian juga kalau kita lihat penetrasinya, tadi kita bicara inklusi dan sebagainya. Justru dengan ekonomi keuangan digital ini maka inklusivitas dari target ekonomi bisa tercapai dengan relatif cepat. Dan kita bersyukur positif aspeknya dari adanya COVID adalah ini mempercepat proses digitalisasi di Indonesia. Jadi kalau saya pernah dengan Ibu Sri Mulyani di salah satu event, Ibu Sri Mulyani menyatakan COVID itu adalah Chief of Transformation. Dan kami sangat setuju. Karena kebetulan kalau di BI kita dengan sistem pembayaran, jadi itu perkembangan yang cepat sekali dengan UE, dengan digital banking, itu mobile banking, digital payment itu terjadi dengan cepat. Jadi saya rasa Indonesia dengan 273 juta jiwa, mayoritas adalah usia muda dan ini adalah usia di mana mereka sangat familiar dengan teknologi. Dan penetrasinya kalau kita lihat sekarang yang pertumbuhan cepat itu justru lebih banyak di yang non perkotaan. Jadi saya rasa ini tema yang sangat menarik dan akan bisa membuat pertumbuhan ekonomi lebih kuat dan lebih resilient. Kenapa? Karena dia menyentuh masyarakat dan unit usaha yang di bawah juga. Itu mungkin dari saya. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu. Bu Sri.
Terima kasih Pak Pandu, thank you so much. And I'd like to welcome you all, which is not originally from Bali or Indonesia, to Bali. And for all of you, those of you which is from Indonesia, please come to Bali until next year so that the tourism is going to recover together and recover stronger. And I can assure you that Bali is the right place for you, especially those who work in the fintech. So it's really a nice place. The necessary condition for the digital economy as well as fintech. I think for Indonesia it's so obvious. If we start with 133 billion US dollar or 300, it really depend on its economic and fintechs or the only fintechs in this case, which is around 30% of the GDP. But Indonesia population, more than 53% or 55% is actually the generation Z and millennial. So they naturally is digital native. Second, the penetration of the internet in Indonesia is actually still at the very low level, but not increasing with the growth rates of 15 to 20%, which is much, much higher than the growth of the economy. So you start from low, but growing 2 or 3 times higher than the economic growth. Third, if you look at the pandemic, which is converting many people now or forcing people to convert into the digital economic, both from the demand side and supply side. The demand side, people feel that I want to avoid physical contact, and that's why you then download the application for many of your transactions, from banking to many of the retail. And then at the same time from the supply side, not only the big company, but also even small, medium enterprises, they are all then need to put their product in the platform to connect with the market. Indonesia want to digitalizing the small, medium enterprises, which is the target 50%. If you talk about 64 million small, medium enterprises, that's really a huge jump. So that all the necessary condition for the Indonesia to then see the potential of the economic, digital economy and fintech to actually continue become what you call it, the contributor to the economic growth. Now the government, we put what you call it also a necessary condition in order for us to be able to grow this economic activity based on the fintech and digital economy. First, if you talk about the digital economy, you need to have a quality of human capital. And that's why the government spending on education, health, not only the amount of money, but also the content, the curriculum, or the way we teach. We actually adopting quite a lot of adjustment to this digital technology. A lot of curriculum, introduction of the learning process, they are all has been now reforming in a way that we are going to be able to maximize the digital technology as a vehicle to actually teach and better prepare human capital in Indonesia. The second one is the spending on infrastructure. Bu Desri mentioned that if you talk about the urban area population, certainly the urban area is much more in terms of probability to be connected, in tech savvy, they are there. But Indonesia is not only an urban area, and Indonesia is not only Jawa and Bali. We have so many other part of Indonesia which is need to be connected. That's why government spending for building the digital infrastructure is the only spending which is not being cut even during pandemic, or even we actually increase double or triple for us to be able to connect all 75,000 villages in Indonesia, more than 230 or 240,000 schools in Indonesia, and also many of the health services, we call it posyandu, puskesmas, so that they are going to be able to be connected through the internet, so they are going to be also have the better access of knowledge, skill from and through this digital technology. So these are all what we call it building the necessary condition for Indonesia to be able to not only enjoying the digital technology, but also at the same time making sure that the growing of the digital and digital economy as well as digital technology, including fintechs, is going to also provide a more inclusive growth. Because then you are not going to like just focusing on those who already have the access, but making sure for other part of the Indonesia which is not yet connected untuk bisa connect. I'm going to surprise you with some Indonesia and bahasa Inggris so that you are not going to be ngantuk in this case. So thank you so much. I hope that will be like a good appetizer, right?
Yeah, it's a good appetizer.
It's a good appetizer, yeah? Okay. Because if you're not sleeping, I'm not going to sleep also in this case.
When you start
if
saying
you're sleepy,
ngantuk,
I'm going to be sleepy too.
When you start saying ngantuk
semua
mau
bangun
berdiri
ya.
langsung
Yeah,
bangun.
bagus, ya. Yeah. Okay.
Pak Mahendra, Pak.
Thank you, Pandu. I would like to say 3 points on this issue. First is on the financial inclusion and literacy rate of Indonesia. As mentioned by the Koordinator Minister just now, Indonesia now has reached a level of the financial literacy of, well, let's say 50% from 38% 3 years ago. And the inclusion is 85% from 74% earlier, which means the gap between the financial inclusion and literacy is narrowing, translated into more knowledgeable people that have access now to the financial services on the utilization as well as the risk of financial services. So that is an important progress, which I would think that the early stage of introductory phase of now half of Indonesia or Indonesians to financial services is done. So for them, it's now a matter of how they can make use of the financial services to provide more solutions to them. It's not just a matter of introductory anymore. It's more or less done for these people, 50% of Indonesians. So they would need more creative, customized, trustworthy solutions from the financial services operators, which include, obviously, fintech and digital technology companies and startups. So that is where we are now in terms of Indonesia. It is not just what you can do anywhere in the world, you can bring it here, but you have to have a customized Indonesian solutions as down as the grassroots level, as the provincial level, as the district level, and even as what we call kecamatan and villages level. So that is the most important thing. While, of course, the rest of the 50%, which is yet to be part of the financial literacy, would require more on the introductory services. So that is number one. The number two is that the types of services itself now going toward more converging solutions. So we are going toward the multi-apps or super apps progress of financial solutions. This is unavoidable. Of course, the other side of the coin, that would create more challenging regulatory and policy-making side of the financial services. And on that, at least for now, as you can see from our presence here at the stage, we probably one of the countries in the world that have the best coordination and cooperation among regulators and policymakers. However, of course, in terms of day-to-day facilitation and public services that we provide, we continue going to improve the integration between sectors. But that is very important. Now, the third part, which is also a challenge for the regulators, is providing a legal certainty and legitimate services. This is something that we might not be as fast in learning how things are developing as you guys. So in this situation, we need good communication, collaboration, and also building trust between us. Because if we don't yet fully understand the ecosystem of that I said earlier, the more complicated, converging, multiple apps base, then there are two possibilities that the regulators are doing. They take the most conservative view, they just ban everything, or they just take the hands-off view, saying that this is not in our perimeter, so these are illegal things, which are, of course, we have to work around this situation by building better communication, collaboration, and again, building trust between us and moreover for the community. So we are in that stage here now, and I think this is an exciting time. And with the size of Indonesia, I think we can do a lot in offering one of the best already now maturing business proposition, while on the other hand, of course, still open up for even further creative solutions.
Thank you, Pak Mahendra. It's very comprehensive. I'm going to ask each one, I think it's going to be about 2 questions. And I know I just want to make sure everybody's also awake. So I may ask iseng questions. You know, these questions have been thoroughly vetted. So I want to make sure I'm asking. Bu Destri is already worried. But Bu Destri, quick question. I know you talk about transition, etc. And, you know, for next year, for Bank Indonesia, how are you thinking from a policy perspective in terms of improving digitalization and technology, especially the transition year? In Indonesian kan tuh. I'm
I
just
think-
following up your transition
Because
discussion.
you said you want to raise 2 questions.
Oh yes, two
So I'm
questions.
waiting for another question actually. Enggak ya?
Nanti Bu.
Oke, siap. Oke, about policy, tentang policy, sebenarnya memang kita beruntung di Bank Indonesia, jadi sebelum COVID 2020 awal mulai terjadi di Indonesia, di 2019 itu Bank Indonesia mengeluarkan blueprint untuk sistem pembayaran Indonesia. Di mana di dalam blueprint tersebut arah dari sistem pembayaran kita itu sudah clear. Di mana sistem pembayaran kita akan mendukung perkembangan ekonomi dan keuangan digital. Dan yang pertama kami lakukan di tahun 2019 itu adalah kita memperkenalkan KRIS, QR Indonesian Standard, itu di Agustus 2019. Di sini tokohnya ada Ibu Fili sebenarnya. Ya, jadi, jadi kalau Pak Gubernur bilangnya Ibu Fili ini adalah teknologi ladies-nya Bank Indonesia. Karena benar-benar membedah bagaimana forward looking ya. Jadi ke depan bahwa ekonomi ini udah EKD akan berkembang, tapi harus terintegrasi antara ekonomi digital dengan keuangan digital. Karena kita tidak ingin terjadi shadow banking, di mana keuangan digital atau fintech bergerak cepat tidak diimbangi dengan ekonomi digitalnya. Nah oleh karena itu adanya KRIS QR Indonesian Standard di bulan Agustus 2019 dan sampai sekarang saya yakin mungkin di antara Bapak Ibu yang hadir di sini 90% mungkin udah menggunakan KRIS. Karena kalau belum berarti Anda old fashion. Ya, we are talking about fintech. Jadi saya asumsi di sini adalah orang-orang yang melek teknologinya tinggi gitu ya. Nah sekarang Mas Pandu, KRIS itu sudah digunakan lebih dari 25 juta orang. Kemudian kalau kita lihat dari merchantnya itu ada lebih dari 22 juta merchant. Dan 90% dari merchant itu adalah UMKM. Karena memang arah kita ini adalah bagaimana memberikan akses kepada UMKM itu untuk sistem pembayaran, kemudian keuangan, fintech dan sebagainya. Jadi itu langkah yang pertama kami lakukan. Kemudian kedua kita lihat, KRIS pun juga makin berkembang. Arahnya hanya karena arahnya target low income dan low unit usaha seperti UMKM, dia mulai bergerak. Sekarang dari yang tadinya per transaksi 2 juta, kita tingkatkan menjadi awalnya 5 juta, kemudian beberapa bulan lalu kita naikkan 10 juta. Kenapa? Karena kita ingin target grupnya juga makin lama makin naik. Jadi kalau sekarang kita ke mall-mall, Bank Indonesia mempunyai program siap KRIS di mana ini sehat, inovasi, aman pakai KRIS itu di mall-mall. Jadi kita belanja di mana sekarang sudah KRIS gitu. Kalau dulu mungkin hanya merchant yang di bawah. Nah kemudian yang kedua, setelah KRIS kita kembangkan lagi untuk retail payment. Karena di Indonesia retailer itu adalah sektor retail itu adalah sektor yang potensial untuk tumbuh. Sebagai contoh government bonds yang sekarang mulai banyak diterbitkan, ada sukuk retail ataupun ada ori retail, obligasi retail, itu ternyata peminatnya banyak sekali gitu. Nah oleh karena itu di sistem pembayaran kita tingkatkan kembali untuk pembayaran yang retail. Yang tadinya Bank Indonesia menggunakan SKNBI di mana biayanya murah 2.900 tapi tidak 24 jam 7 hari. Jadi jam 3 tutup. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu ataupun merchant transaksi dengan SKNBI yang retail, kalau transaksi jam 3 uangnya baru masuk besok. Kalau transaksi hari Jumat jam 3 uangnya baru masuk Senin. Nah ini kemudian Bank Indonesia memperbaiki karena kita tahu bagaimana kita mendukung sektor retail. Kemudian keluarlah yang namanya Fast Payment BI Fast. BI Fast. Di mana sekarang penggunaan untuk BI Fast itu meningkat luar biasa. Bank-bank juga yang pengguna BI Fast itu sudah lebih dari 77 bank. Kemudian juga kalau kita lihat dari transaksi retail yang tadinya ada di SKNBI sudah banyak bergeser ke BI Fast. Tinggal sekarang kita mau meningkatkan yang medium, transaksi medium. Jadi itu perkembangan. Yang kedua di BIFAS. Kemudian yang ketiga, karena ini transisi ya Mas Pandu ya. Yang ketiga, kita memperkuat juga infrastrukturnya. Di mana infrastruktur kita ini kita bangun dengan konsep 3I. Jadi interoperable, interconnected, dan integrasi. Di mana nanti dari BIFAS, KRIS, kemudian juga infrastruktur yang lain termasuk open market operator untuk pasar uang, itu semua akan terkoneksi, bahkan kami juga nanti akan masuk sampai ke CCP bersama-sama dengan OJK, dengan KSE, bursa, di mana nanti akan saling terkoneksi karena settlementnya ada satu kan gitu. Dan ujung-ujungnya nanti adalah kami persiapan untuk mengeluarkan white paper CBDC di tahun 2023. Jadi kan arahnya sekarang CBDC nih, Central Bank Digital Currency. Ini yang arahnya merespon perkembangan dari instrumen-instrumen yang kripto. Nah ini nanti kita arahnya akan ke sana. Jadi termasuk untuk KRIS dan BIFAS kami ini juga kita terus kembangkan untuk yang cross border, di mana saat ini Bank Indonesia nanti beberapa hari yang akan datang akan menandatangani MOU dengan 4 negara ASEAN, dengan Thailand, dengan Filipina, dengan Malaysia, dan dengan Singapura. Jadi KRIS, BIFAS itu nanti bukan hanya untuk Indonesia, termasuk untuk yang inklusi, tapi juga untuk cross border. Jadi kurang lebih itu kalau terkait dengan transisi, termasuk reformasi di regulasi kita, di mana akan lebih agile, lebih principle based, dan tentunya akan banyak penyempurnaan khususnya di perizinan. Ini sekarang perizinan akan banyak sekali perubahan yang sudah dilakukan oleh timnya Ibu Fili. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya jawab. Makasih.
Makasih, thank you. We just want to say welcome Pak Frankie Wijaya that's here just recently. And also Sizi, welcome to Bali. Sizi is the CEO of Binance who will speak after this. So he can also discuss crypto with you, Ibu.
Using CBDC ya.
Bu Sri Mulyani, I think the theme of G20, and I think you're the best person to answer this, is recover together, growing stronger. And yet at the same time, the only thing people talk, even in this AFTECH, is geopolitics. Every morning, day, and I think this, and Pak Mahendra, I think got it right. Pak Mahendra yesterday gave the opening speech. If it's not Indonesia, there may not even be a G20 today, right? So I guess the question, Bu, and maybe this is something you can share, you may share with other audiences, 2023, what is Indonesia, how should Indonesia go about its business, especially in a world that has become increasingly deglobalized? And yet all of us are focusing on innovation and focusing on more inclusion, and Bu Desri wants to promote more relationship outside, including ASEAN. So how should we think about next year? Maybe perhaps you can give us some guidance.
Thank you, Pandu. Big trend as well as the global shock which is faced by all countries in the world. Pandemic is one thing for sure, and that's not the one and the only, the last one. So we have to prepare. Climate change is another one, which is going to be also with us, and the world need to address those. The third one is the digital technology. Even though maybe today is not as rosy like the last decade, when the money is so plenty, the money is so cheap, and now the money is becoming more expensive and tightened. And we can also see there are quite many digital companies that need to adjust with this new environment. But digital technology is going to be here with us, or even in this case, is going to continue changing and itself on the technology as well as change the life of the people. And the last one is the geopolitical, which we see the trend of the fragmentation. You use the word deglobalize, because the word taken for granted in the past 4 decades as if that the globalization is unstoppable, and that's become the trend that is going to swap and also change all the policy of the countries. We see now the geopolitical and fragmentation is becoming the menu of the day. So how we are going to respond to this like big global trend and issue which is shaping all countries in the world, including Indonesia. We have pandemic, we have climate change, we have digital technology, and we have this geopolitics, which then create a complication for all of us. First, what I would like to say is that all those problems is not one specific country problem. This problem is a global problem. No country, no matter how strong and powerful, can solve this problem alone. So it seems like an opposite direction. On the one hand, we see that there is a tendency of fragmentation to become more inward-looking. On the other hand, the world facing with the global threat, which requiring each country to collaborate and cooperate. Because you cannot address the issue pandemic by yourself, climate change by yourself, digital technology is not going to be like becoming less meaningful if you are only talking about one country on digitalization. And also on this geopolitical. So it's really like the two strong opposite directions that need to be reconciled. And Pak Mahendra rightly mentioned in many occasions that I also said that the fact that Indonesia holds this presidency of the G20 during this very critical and can be very fragmented to the world, I think it's been appreciated and also in this case becoming like a blessing because Indonesia can really play the best optimal way in trying to continue bridging this gap. What is going to be this kind of trend affecting Indonesia for 2023? First, Indonesia as a G20 members, among the largest population in the world, among the largest economy also in the world, I think we are at least have what we call it domestic source of growth, which in the case when the environment globally is not so certain or creating more threat and risk rather than opportunity, then as a big country you have to make sure that your own domestic economic source of growth should be healthy and good. Because that is going to be your first insurance for you to be able to continue progressing. And when I'm saying this, it doesn't mean that we becoming like inward looking, we becoming like protectionists. But we want to make sure that the domestic source of growth will continue contribute to the progress of the economy. What does it mean? Consumption, investment in this case, and government spending. Export is definitely going to be like depend on how the world is going to be in a weakening or going to the recession or mild recession or deep recession or maybe not recession at all. And that's also along with that is the commodity price. But consumption, investment and government spending is really the domestic demand that we need to make sure that they are healthy enough. A lot of trend, which is good. If you look at the consumption household, middle upper household, they are actually continue having a strong growth. Some indicators. If you look at the saving of the household, above 2 billion rupiah in the banking system, their growth rate is actually double digit, 10%. That's even above the national growth average. And that means there are middle upper class which actually have the purchasing power there. When we can manage the pandemic, and that's why then people have better mobility and start exercising their purchasing power, that's become our economic growth, source of economic growth. And that's why the third quarter is still very robust. We continue confidence on the fourth quarter. And in 2023, that's why Indonesia will look at the inflation and how we are going to deal with the inflation in order for us to be able to maintain the purchasing power of the household. That's how we are going to maintain the source of growth domestically. Investment, the third quarter growth is close to 5%, 4.96%. This is much better than the second quarter this year, which is around 3%, 3.5%. So for us, how we are going to build the momentum of the investment? If the economy is growing stable, high enough, business community will have the confidence to invest. And that's why we have to make sure, again, the inflation should be moderate or even low enough. The momentum growth is going to continue, and that's why we are going to be able to see the investment continue. Growth of the credit, banking sector, don't forget the financial sector in Indonesia is still dominated by the banking sector. It's already double digit now, 11%. Capital market, although we are not immune from the global volatility, is also still among the growing. We also see now, as you can see, that there is quite an interest of many companies now going public, listed, which is, I think, is one of the a good indicator for them to continue expand. But not only that, Indonesia is doing a lot of real reform, structural reform, to improve the investment climate. We even look at the much more detail. For example, President Jokowi always said about the downstreaming of many our natural resources. Link it to the supply chains globally on electric vehicle and battery. That's not only just saying it, but we are also making sure that we are going to continue improving the investment climate so that all the FDI and our own domestic source of investment is going to continue support the growth. So next year, I'm sure that Indonesia, with the momentum of growth, is still continue strong. We are going to be able to maintain this investment. Government spending will be adjusted. Don't forget that the government fiscal policy is the one who worked extremely hard during the pandemic, when all sector, all company, they are ducked in place because of the pandemic. It is the government who actually tried to counter-cyclical those weakening economy. So when the economy start growing, we will consolidate in order for us to be able to have fiscal space again. In case that the world is going to be in a much worse situation, we will be able to continue. Now, if you look at the now government spending versus the revenue because of the commodity boom, recovery of the economy, our reform on the taxation, we were able to maintain the growth of the revenue around 50%, above 50% growth. So that create more fiscal space. In case next year is going to be like the situation is not favorable, the government have the ability to have space to intervene. So this kind of thing is the one that I'm going to say that under this geopolitical situation, what you can control, you have control and managing it well. Apa yang Anda bisa kontrol, Anda harus mengontrol dan mengelolanya secara baik. I'm saying this, I'm going to tell you all. If you manage your company, what you can control, you have to control it and managing it well. Before you can then blame it others or your environment which you cannot control and you can always blame them. But the attitude of country, company or personality is actually telling a lot about who you are. A people who continue always easily blaming something else rather than doing your homework is the one who truly a loser. Right? But if you are in whatever capacity, personally, individually, or you are the CFO or COO or CEO or the owners of a company, or like myself, a policymaker, you try to continue doing your homework regardless, because this is what you can control. You have to manage it well. You look all the aspects, doing maybe the hardest thing, unpopular thing, but it is the right thing to do. Then you are going to make sure that what you can control, what you can manage, they are going to be the one who fundamentally strong. Because you cannot control whether tomorrow is going to rain or not. This is, I have to correct. We can control a little bit by dukun maybe. But you cannot control whether there will be like, what is going to be like the geopolitical condition next year. You maybe cannot control what is going to be the increasing temperature that will affect the climate change, or whether the pandemic is going to happen again next year or the following 5 years. That you cannot control, although we are going to be affected by whatever you cannot control. But you definitely can control what you can control within your company, within your own, yourself, and hopefully within Indonesia. And that is exactly what we are trying to do. Continue doing our homework, preparing the fundamental of the economy. And that's why investing in human capital, health, education, social safety net, investing in the infrastructure for the IT, road, toll road, port, airport, connectivity, investing in the regulatory framework, how we improve our regulation policy, including reforming on a taxation, reforming on a financial sector. This is in order for us to continue have to make sure that what is fundamentally right and necessary and needed for the Indonesia will be reformed and will be prepared. Then with that better prepared condition, no matter what is going to happen globally, then we are going to be able to withstand the shock better. But of course, Indonesia as a big country doesn't mean that we are playing a passive role. Just like this G20 presidency, Indonesia, President Jokowi playing a very active role to bridge the differences, to bridge the gap, to continue supporting and increasing the spirit of cooperation despite very difficult. We also at the ministerial level, from Pak Luhut, myself and all, we're trying to continue doing our in bridging, because Indonesia is a big enough country. We know that we want to play an active role in making sure what we call it the world peace order, based on independence, social justice. Ikut menjaga ketertiban dunia berdasarkan perdamaian abadi, keadilan sosial, dan kemerdekaan. That is our constitution. So, do your homework, play a constructive role externally, and hopefully that is going to make Indonesia as well as the world better. Thank you.
Before Pandu asked a totally different question, I asked him asked his permission to add to what the minister has said for the same question, because I've been writing my own answer while listening to the minister. So if he asked a totally different question, I would get lost. So let me do this. How should you, the fintech, digital technology companies, mitigate, navigate the uncertainties of the world, ranging from geopolitical situation, economic challenges, combination between hyperinflation and slowdown, and of course, volatility of the markets. In one simple phrase, the answer is be in Indonesia and invest a lot in Indonesia and its future. That's how. The next question is, of course, why? Now, this is the why. Because Indonesia does not only provide solution for Indonesia and Indonesians, but also provide solutions for the world problem. This is what I'm going to say. On the economic front, following and aligning with the G20 agenda, Indonesia is now in the process of exiting from the COVID-19 pandemic impact, while still have to address and mitigate the scaring effect that has affected selected sectors, industries, and regional areas. So we are doing that. The second one, we have just discussed on the financial inclusion and literacy, so I don't want to repeat that. And at the same time, we are anticipating, preparing for what would and may come going forward, ranging from the worst, which WORSE, to the worst, WORST, potential scenarios. So we are doing that. And again, we are doing that as a team here, as well as with other relevant authorities. So we are doing as much as possible that in some other countries, possibly still now even considered as a challenge in itself. So on the economic G20 agenda, we are very much not only consistent, but implementing that in our real policies and plans. Now, what would be our contributions to the world problem? Well, again, referring to what we are having this week and next week, as presidency of the G20, inshallah, among others, in addition to the G20 meetings and summit itself, will witness in the recent history a possibility of history in the making. It is planned that the two leaders and President Jokowi, I'm talking about the two leaders, of course, President Biden and President Xi Jinping, would meet eye to eye for the first time in the last 2.5 years physically. And that could only happen because of Indonesian presidency. For you who think and take this for granted, I wish you good luck. Good luck. Because that would be the biggest mistake. And not any other country can do it. So that is Indonesia's contribution in itself. And the second one, let me go further a little bit on that, which means Indonesia practically has no issues with any country in the world. So that's why you have to invest here. While if you locate other place, then you have to continue looking around left side, right, up and down, and then get confused at the end. Because this is the right way or this is the wrong way. So here you are in the right place. So everything is the right way. Now let's talk another challenge of, at the global scale, the climate change. The situation that we face now is, of course, a new reality, while the largest polluters of the world are the advanced nations. they are obliged to support the developing nations and emerging economies to undertake the transition toward more sustainable, low-carbon economy. However, the reality is we might not see the resources coming. The reality is the financial resources, and for that matter, the economic growth that would provide the financial resources of the developed nations might not longer be there. So, emerging economies and developing nations have to find their own resources to undertake the global climate challenge. And on that note, Indonesia's track record is intact. We will achieve the net carbon sink status of the forestry and land use management by 2030, which means, is there an interpretation of what happened with that and my speech? Let's consider that as a lucky coincidence. Which means that despite the new global challenges, Indonesia is on the very strong path to achieve its NDC's commitment consistently. Of course, we can go beyond our national commitment unconditionally if we were supported by the international communities. But since this is less likely now than just a few years ago because of the global economic circumstances, then the next question is how Indonesia could go beyond its own NDC, but with its own resources. This comes the solutions that Indonesia will undertake and view the issue of global climate change within the broader context of sustainable development goals. We want to promote the economic development model that would promote and emphasize the enhancement of industries that increase added value out of our primary sectors. Let that be on the agro side, or the mining side, or many other natural resources that Indonesia is blessed with. So with that, we would be able to provide the solutions for continuous and sustainable economic growth, economic development, and at the same time, addressing the issues of poverty and improve the overall welfare of the people. And with that, we would be able also to protect our environment in a much better way. So this is our solution to our own national interests, but at the same time will become the realistic new model of how to address the issue of global climate change within the new reality. Otherwise, it would be a very painful and unfortunately unrealistic journey to wish that these financial resources from the advanced nations will come. The most recent information that I have achieved is that the only possibility now is to get the access to financial resources from overseas in the form of loans, no longer grants. In the beginning, it was promised in the form of grants. But now, because of the circumstances I have explained to you, it looks like going to be in the forms of loans. And with loans, and learning from our own experience, the terms and conditions would not be attractive for governments and stakeholders. So these are the harsh reality, but on the other hand, we have come up with Indonesia's own solution that will then become the solution of the world. Because coming to the end of my answer to this question, we have identified the way, including the most impossible scenario of utilizing our forestry to really now becoming unprecedentedly the solutions of the world by becoming the net sink of the CO2, not just zero carbon emission. And that would happen before 2030 within our target of reducing our CO2 emission by 32% unconditionally. So again, how? Come and invest big in Indonesia. So you are in the right place. There will be no wrong direction with that.
So maybe just as an overview, I know we ran out of time, but Pak Mahendra used to be our US ambassador, our Vice Minister of Trade and Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's why he's very worldly. And I think, Pak, with the new regulation, soon you'll also be the regulator of crypto, from what I heard. I'm transitioning to the next speaker. That's what I'm trying to do. But I wanted to thank all of you because I know we ran out of time. I won't ask the last question. But what I would like to ask for a request, if we can all be here, just symbolically take a picture. It's the start of Fintech Month, Ibu. 11/11 and next month is 12/12. Ingat gak? Hari online, Harbolnas 12/12, belanja online. So we're doing it until 12/12, Bu. To also promote consumption, spending, Bu, for the domestic economy. So between now to 12/12, I know a lot of the sectors here, even with the downturn in tech, they're still giving incentive, Bu, for people to spend, right guys? Ya, pada diam semua kalau udah dibilang insentif. Mari kita foto bareng, thank you semua. Kita foto dulu Pak, ini symbolically.
Let's give another round of applause. Terima kasih Bapak Pandu Patria Syahrir, pada Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Pak Mahendra Siregar, dan juga Ibu Desri Damayanti. Very interesting talk in this first session by Pak Pandu and everyone here. Terima kasih kepada semuanya yang juga sudah terlibat dalam perbincangan pada hari ini. Beberapa hal yang menjadi pembahasan utama tentu saja pada saat industri dan asosiasi fintech berkumpul, tentu mengenai bagaimana regulatory terhadap industri ini dilangsungkan dan bagaimana rencana ke depannya. Oke, saya hitung mundur biar bisa fotonya bareng-bareng. 1, oh sudah, oke, baik. Terima kasih, kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, terima kasih Bu Desri, Pak Mahendra, dan juga tentu saja moderator Bapak Pandu yang sudah memoderatori sesi ini. Terima kasih Pak Mahendra. Dan tentu saja masih banyak sesi-sesi lainnya yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh para peserta dan juga beberapa narasumber yang sudah ditunggu-tunggu. Salah satunya tentu saja yang sedang diajak bicara sekarang. Saya yakin semua mata menatap kepada siapa tamu yang hadir pada Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Pak Pandu, save your energy. You still have another session, Pak Pandu. Sure, thank you, Pak Pandu. Sekali lagi kami berterima kasih kepada Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Kita boleh berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi kepada Ibu Sri Mulyani yang sudah hadir memberikan insight-nya dalam perbincangan pada siang hari ini. Kita lanjutkan kembali Bapak Ibu dalam agenda selanjutnya. Selanjutnya kita akan menghadirkan short remarks. Tema yang diambil dalam short remarks ini adalah International Support on Sustainable and Resilient Economic Recovery. Short remarks akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Pelaksana Kebijakan Pembangunan dan Kemitraan dari Bank Dunia, Ibu Mari LK Pangestu. Kami persilakan kepada Ibu Mari LK Pangestu.
Thank you for inviting me as a speaker at the fourth Indonesia Fintech Summit. I wish I could be there with you, but let me take this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic of discussion. And let me begin by the top line message, which is financial inclusion is key to development. We know that it contributes to reducing poverty, improving resilience, and increasing the opportunities for sustainable and resilient economic recovery, in particular for women. So, and the role of fintech in all this is, of course, very important. Fintech has a key role to play in financial inclusion as well as reshaping the future of finance. Digital technologies are revolutionizing payments, lending, investment, insurance, and other financial products and services, a process that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated. We all know how fintech allowed governments to respond more quickly to shocks through cash transfers to firms and households most at risk, while also promoting improved access to savings products, which were crucial in fostering recovery from the economic shocks of COVID 19. We are today here in Bali, and I just wanted to remind all of you that the World Bank Group and the IMF launched the Bali FinTech Agenda in 2018, recognizing the need for regulators and policymakers, such as yourselves, to actively engage as technology transforms finance to take advantage of new efficiencies and opportunities to improve financial inclusion, but safeguarding financial stability and consumer protection. So, 4 years on, with much that has happened with technology and the exponential use cases, I would like to reflect on 5 aspects of financial inclusion in general and fintech in particular. Let's review the progress made so far, the gaps that remain, and how digitization can help close those gaps, and identify also the further work that needs to address emerging risks. And let me close with what the World Bank can do to support the fintech agenda. Let's start with the progress. The good news is that account ownership has been growing steadily. With the last decade growing to 76% from 51%, with more than 10 percentage points over the last 4 years in 34 economies. Specifically in Indonesia, the number grew 3 percentage points to 52%. Another set of good news is that the gender gap in account ownership across developing economies fell from 9 percentage points to 6 percentage points over the last 4 years. This really helps inclusion. Unlike other countries, Indonesia doesn't have a gender gap in account ownership, but there remains a gap in account ownership between urban and rural areas. Now, much of today's growth in account ownership is driven by technology-enabled accounts that are accessed on a mobile phone. And this phenomena began in sub-Saharan Africa and has now spread globally. In Indonesia, leading tech players such as Tokopedia and Gojek have helped normalize the idea of transacting digitally, and linkages between digital platforms and banks are now helping to advance account ownership. The issuance of a national QR code standard to facilitate QR code payments in Indonesia has also dramatically changed digital payments since it was introduced in mid-2019. As of June 2022, mobile money users can transact using QR codes with 19 million merchants across Indonesia, generating 79 million transactions valued at 9 trillion rupiah. Despite the progress, gaps still remain. Millions of people around the world remain financially excluded. Around 1.4 billion adults worldwide still do not have a basic transaction account, and 98 million of them live in Indonesia. The gap in savings, access to finance, and financial resiliency are even wider. Half of the adults in developing countries report that they can't come up with extra money in an emergency. While the gender gap in account ownership has narrowed globally, only 68% of women have transaction accounts compared with 74% of men, with wider gaps in sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East, and North Africa. There is still also a large unmet credit demand from millions of formal and informal micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in developing economies. This gap is estimated to be over $5 trillion US. Last but not least, the average cost of sending home cash while declining is still high at around 6%, and this affects many households who are dependent on remittances from family members abroad. So how can digitalization of financial services help those gaps? First, digital technologies have helped governments to respond more quickly to shocks by facilitating cash transfers to firms and most people at risk, as already mentioned, especially for women and the poor. We are progressively seeing high usage of accounts across the world. For instance, 7 out of every 10 people who receive government transfers into account also made a digital payment. Second, the mobile money revolution has already demonstrated the huge impact of digital finance, with now over 1.3 billion registered mobile money accounts transacting $2.7 billion per day. And also, while the global average price of sending money home was 6% in 2022, the cost drops to 3.67% if you send money through mobile money services, or 39% cheaper. Unfortunately, this is only 5% of the market, and therefore much more can be done to have mobile money services reduce the cost of sending money. What's more, digital payments are far more than just a convenience and can help us achieve development goals such as sustainable electrification and access to healthcare. For example, in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda, M-Kopa, an asset financing platform, has enabled 2 million customers to access smartphones, solar lighting, digital financial services, and health insurance. Digital payments can also help build financial resilience and mitigate risks from the devastating effects of climate change. For example, in Bangladesh, households who receive mobile money ahead of the peak flooding as part of a government emergency cash program were 36% less likely to go a day without eating. Financial services powered by fintech is also lowering transaction costs, and this is most powerfully demonstrated during the pandemic, where technologies such as contactless and QR code-based payments in combination with digital ID reduce the need for physical contact in retail and financial transactions. And finally, fintech innovations can help narrow the finance gap in micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises through new digital products, process automations, both by incumbents and new entrants. Partnerships between banks and fintechs, which have become popular here in Indonesia, have helped unbanked MSMEs access credit by leveraging alternative credit scoring and digital loan disbursement technology. But further work needs to be done because the adoption of digital technology and fintech are fundamentally changing the financial sector landscape. And these changes have many policy implications and new risks that emerge. Old frameworks and approaches may no longer be adequate. And the challenge will be how to balance fintech developments with core policy objectives such as inclusion, financial stability and integrity, efficiency and competition, cyber and operational soundness and security, data privacy, and consumer and investor protection. Further, policy trade-offs may evolve further as fintech adoption increases, and this will make it more challenging to ensure that market outcomes remain aligned with these core policy objectives. And as fintech reaches more consumers, there is an increase in the dependence on user data. And as certain providers reach scale, it becomes increasingly important to strengthen policy frameworks and improve financial infrastructures to safely support fintech adoption. Policymakers will therefore need to ensure that policy frameworks remain fit for purpose and be proactive in their regulation and supervision of the sector. Policymakers will also need to strengthen their internal capacity by leveraging new technology innovations. Let me get some specific policy recommendations on this coming out of our FinTech and Future of Finance report. First, manage risk while fostering beneficial competition. It's important to build trust so that coordination between prudential supervision, market conduct, and consumer protection agencies will be key. And regulators need to be proactive, pragmatic, and clear in their decisions. Second, broader broaden monitoring horizons, and reassess regulatory perimeters, because financial services are now being provided by a wide variety of entities, so that the oversight needs to be over the whole financial sector value chain. Third, review regulatory supervision and oversight frameworks continuously, given that you will have a continued range of new products and providers, the use of new technologies and a wider range of data, and the inclusion of new customer segments in an increasingly complex market. And this makes existing regulatory and supervisory mandates and approaches insufficient. Fourth, be mindful of evolving trade-offs as fintech deepens. How to balance the trade-offs between stability, competition, concentration, efficiency, and inclusion through various actions, such as formulating data collection principles, open banking, and data ownership frameworks. Fifth, monitor market structure and conduct to maintain competition. How to balance competition, concentration, and efficiency, data protection, and inclusion. Sixth, modernize and open financial infrastructure. Financial infrastructure may need upgrading to enable digital products and services to thrive, and infrastructure needs to be interoperable and open to both new and traditional players. And seventh, ensure public money remains fit for the digital world, and finally, pursue strong cross-border coordination and sharing of information and best practices. Let me now close with what the World Bank can do to support our client countries do the responsible thing and responsibly harness fintech. Our support covers 5 key areas. First, strengthen institutions. Capacity building for financial sector regulators and other authorities, modernization of core central bank and financial sector regulatory functions through extensive use of technology, and supporting greater adoption of technology by financial institutions. Second, keeping legal, regulatory, and policy frameworks up to date. We help review existing frameworks and identify potential reforms that would provide a more conducive environment for responsible innovation and broader adoption. Third, developing and upgrading financial infrastructure. We support design and implementation of financial infrastructure, underpinning efficient functioning of digital financial services and digital economy, such as payment systems, credit reporting systems, asset-based lending platforms, and digital ID. Fourth, support harnessing digital financial services for development impact. We support the adoption of digital financial services for access to essential services, such as new billing and payment models for water and electricity, access to finance for MSMEs and agriculture sector, adoption of clean energy solutions, and improving service delivery and functioning of government. Finally, we foster international collaboration and coordination to address issues such as cross-border payments, global stablecoins, and cross-border provision of financial services. Let me now close by reiterating my 4 core messages. First, financial inclusion has grown in the past decade, but despite the tremendous progress in financial inclusion, gaps remain. Millions of women are still unbanked, rural-urban gaps in account ownership remains, and the lack of financial resilience in many communities is still a matter of concern. But one proven solution to inclusive growth is digital financial services, which have encouraged the creation of accounts to receive and make payments, save, and borrow. Therefore, my third message is that policymakers and regulators should embrace the opportunities presented by fintech and encourage financial innovation and safe adoption. And finally, my fourth message is that the market outcomes of fintech cannot be left to market forces alone, but will need active engagement of the financial regulators and public authorities to shape the outcome to be consistent with the long-standing public policy objectives of safety, integrity, efficiency, reliability, and inclusion. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts with you today.
Terima kasih Ibu Marielka Pangasu dari World Bank yang menyampaikan visionary speech yang pertama pada hari ini. Hadirin selanjutnya kita akan memasuki sesi fireside chat Topiknya adalah to coexist and to synergize the emerging trend of digital assets. Sesi ini akan kembali dipandu oleh Ketua Umum Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia AFTECH, Bapak Pandu Patria Syahril. Kami persilakan, Pak Pandu.
Hi, it's just gonna be me, I think, that will speak and ask the questions. No, I'm just kidding. I'm very glad, when we were speaking with CZ and his team a couple of weeks ago, we didn't know what happened the last 2 weeks. It's becoming more interesting. It seems there was a lot of overwhelming response that people wanted to come and hear, but I don't think CZ needs any introduction, but essentially today, CZ and I would like to, and obviously ask you to come up, but before then, the discussion of crypto for the past 2.5 years has been upfront for most of the regulators because most of them have no idea what it is. And the key difference is that in crypto, in Indonesia, the majority of users are young people that don't have much income, but they have been the one that has the most enthusiasm about crypto. So the discussion today, hopefully with the discussion with CZ today, we can have more enlightenment on what crypto plays a role in society and how should we look forward on the role of crypto for today's society, especially for Indonesia. But perhaps best everyone can give a round of applause to CZ, the CEO of Binance. CZ, please come up. So, I think this is the first time CZ is in an audience speaking live to everyone. And thank you for doing this in Bali. You just arrived this morning. And how was your first impression of Bali?
Oh, I've been to Bali many times, so.
But what did you think so far today, especially given the G20 and the activities? Was it harder to get in?
It was a bit harder to get in, but yeah, I think I've been to the same hotel before when I was on vacation. So yeah, it's a nice place to be.
Thank you. So there were a lot of prepared questions that I cannot ask, but now I can ask, right, to you, many of these questions.
Sure.
Because I know it's top of mind for everyone, and the way I do this, the best way is just ask direct. Is that okay?
Sure, anything goes, yeah. I can imagine which questions will come up.
Yeah. So maybe I'll ask first, just crypto overall. What's going on in the industry today? Because in my mind, it feels like the 2008 great financial crisis.
I think that's probably an accurate analogy. I think we just seen another very big player going down. A few months ago, there was Luna, 3 Arrows. Luna was big, 3 Arrows was smaller, and then with Celsius, Voyager, they're even smaller, but then FTX is big. So with such a big player going down, I think we're seeing $30–40 billion of value that's the FTX valuation that was before that they raised that. Plus quite a few $1 billion of user funds that's kind of gone. So with this type of events happening, it's devastating for the industry. So a lot of consumer confidence is shaken, and I think basically we've been set back a few years. Now regulators rightfully will scrutinize this industry much harder, which is probably a good thing, to be honest. I think now, before the regulations are much more focused on KYC and AML, I've always been saying, look, you got to focus on the exchange operations. So business models, proof of reserves, where the user funds. So I think we'll come into a lot more scrutiny on those fronts. But actually, that's good for the industry. So having that setback, short term is very painful for a lot of retail investors. That's on FTX, etc. But we feel that pain. But longer term, I think this is another wake-up call to say, hey, look, we're in a new industry. There's a lot of risks, and we need to learn how to deal with those risks and how to build a much healthier industry.
So, what happened with FTX, and I know you can't comment on the FTX side, but what actually happened the last 3 days? I mean, this is only 72, 96 hours, but I mean, if you can share with us what's on your mind and what's going on.
Yeah, so I think the last 3 days is just a revelation of problems. The problems were there way longer, right? So like this problem wasn't created in the last 3 days. So basically, we have an exchange, well, FTX is misappropriating user funds. They were taking user funds to do other things. I think the trigger was like a week ago, there was a CoinDesk article. And then my team says, well, hey, CZ, we still have this, we still have a lot of FTT coins. Like what? Should we sell it? Sure, why not? So the next day, there was a big transaction reported by Where Alerts saying that like $580 million US worth of FTT was transferred to Binance.com. And my team's like, CZ, this is our transfer. I was like, well, really, you sure? He's like, yeah, he's sure. And should we be, like there was discussions in the community, and should we be transparent about it? It's like, yeah, sure, we should be transparent about it. And then he said, CZ, you should write a tweet, because we don't, like what we call the interns, our PR team says, we don't really know how to write this particular one. This is quite sensitive. So I was actually just going out to meet 2 of my friends, who actually also came to Indonesia now. I was on my way out to meet with them, and then so I just wrote a tweet in a few minutes. But I wanted to explain, like, how do we have this much, right? So we can't just have $580 million worth of FTT all of a sudden. We got it. We didn't buy it from secondary markets. We got it as a transaction of our exit, equity exit out of FTX a year and a half ago, which was publicly reported. So I said that, and then I didn't know my phone will blow up like over the rest of the evening. So, and I also didn't know, like, no, the second day I said, look, I didn't know that was, this is the, I think the word we used was the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's before Sam, SBF called me 24 hours later. I thought it was just causing a lot of waves in the Twitter, in the community. 24 hours later, Sam calls me and says, hey, CZ, can we talk? Okay, and then he says, well, I thought he was going to do an OTC deal, right? I thought he was going to ask, hey, CZ, why don't we do an OTC deal? Then we can put all the negative comments out, then confidence is restored. I thought he wanted to do that. But instead, he just said, look, we have much bigger troubles. I said, look, we don't want users to be hurt, and we want to protect the users. So the deal, to be honest, I can't comment on any specifics on the deals, but from our perspective, the deal did not make sense from a number of fronts. From a financial perspective, is a big hole. From new users, FTX, we have very high overlap. We cover all the regions they cover, and they have much less users than us. From a technology or product perspective, I think we have a superior product. They don't have anything that we don't have. So our original intention was to let's save the users. But then the news of misappropriating user funds, and especially US regulatory agencies' investigations, we're like, okay, we can't touch that anymore. So, and then we said, look, and then as soon as I understood we couldn't touch it anymore, I said, let's make that announcement as quickly as possible, because we don't want to do a slow no. If we're going to do a no, we do a quick no. That's one of my principles in business. So then this way we don't drag on for a long time, and then we also remove any uncertainty or doubt in the community, because as you can see, when the deal was going on, the deal was happening, the crypto was dropping. Uncertainty is actually worse than negative news. So when the news is out, everybody knew, okay, this is where we are. So we said, look, let's announce it as quickly as possible. So we announced it. And then after we announced it, I've been trying to keep quiet to the extent possible. So I didn't appear on any TV interviews, etc. But this was arranged weeks ago. Yes. So I still want to honor that commitment. So I flew here. Now here we are.
No, but thank you for being so open, given the circumstances and the fact that this is a global news, and crypto enthusiasts is everywhere. And where do you see Indonesia here? And I want to take it a bit out of from the story, the recent event. And you already mentioned that this takes a 2-year step back. But yet the enthusiasm of crypto, especially for the young people here, is so high. What should you do as an actor, as a good actor in business? How should you go about this to bring back trust into the industry?
So as one of the largest players in the industry, we have to lead by example. So I think the number one thing we have to do is being much, much more transparent. So anything we can do to increase transparency, we need to do. So proof of reserves. Proof of reserves is going to take a couple of weeks, mainly due to the vendor being very busy. We're like, okay, let's do that, but before that, let's publish all of our cold wallet addresses. They were pretty public before anyway, so we published yesterday 6 top coins, which covers actually 80–90% of of the user funds. So now people can see on one page which addresses are the cold wallets. Anything that we can do to improve transparency. And I think we also want to educate regulators all around the world. How do you do audits on crypto exchanges? Not just KYC, ML, which is important, but how do you check the cold wallets? How do you do user balance reconciliations? How do you check transaction logs? How do you use on-chain monitoring tools to do this? So all of these things we do internally. We do real-time reconciliations across multiple aspects so that we can try it. And if any balance goes off, we get alerted in real time. So should we make those kind of systems public? I think all of these things we need to do as an industry, which actually, on the long term, I think will make the industry much healthier. So yeah, all of these things needs to happen. Yeah.
And yet, this essentially the idea of crypto itself is where everybody becomes its own bank in that sense. Yet you mentioned that now regulators is going to step in, given that it plays such a big role in society. Just as a number, 12 and almost 13 million Indonesians have a crypto account one way or the other, from less than 1 million pre-COVID. So that makes up 5% of society today have some crypto exposure one way or the other. So regulators, good or bad, needed or not needed, and how should it play a role?
Yeah, I think there's 2 topics there. Number one is I think regulators are definitely needed. I don't think our society is advanced enough to live in a world without rules. So once we have rules, then that's what regulations are. Somebody have to make some rules. So, but doesn't mean all the rules are good. It doesn't mean all the rules are bad. So good rules are good, bad rules are bad. The rules need to be sensible. If the rule says, hey, we're just going to ban crypto altogether in Indonesia, that's one type of rule. I think that's obviously going to be bad. If it's anything goes, that's also not so good in general. There will be a lot of scammers, a lot of guys doing business in a bad way and cause a lot of damage. So we need to find the balance. So it's not an easy task. So that's on the regulation side. And then on the crypto side, with people holding their own assets, be their own bank, I think eventually the technology will get there. But today, it's not easy. Today, technically, you can. The technology is there, but it's just not easy to use. It's not easy for an average person to say, hey, I'm going to save my private keys, have multiple copies of backups. So if I lose my computer, if I lose my hardware wallet, I can restore it. And worst case is, we all die. So if I'm no longer around, how does my kids inherit it? Most people, with the tools today, we can do it, but it's just not very easy. 99% of people don't know how to do it. 99% of people probably do not even know how to securely encrypt a USB backup, right? We need to make the tools easier. Once we have those tools, then more and more, as the tools become easier to use while being very secure, more and more people will shift to that. But today, if you look at the real situation today, the majority of people would be much more comfortable using an email, password, and call customer support if they forget it. And we also have many cases where a person passed away. Then next of kin comes with a death certificate. We validate it, wait for a month, just make sure that the guy doesn't come back alive. And then we give the funds to their kin. So today, the majority of people, for the majority of what we call regular, normal people, a centralized exchange is easier to use, even though they have to go through KYC, AML, which is actually quite cumbersome. So we need to transition the industry. The industry improves in incremental steps, not giant leaps forward. Yeah.
So then, the discussion. So the entire crypto discussion, I've been doing a lot of reading the last 2 years, and it's in fact very romantic notion of finance, right? And in terms of open finance, and now it's being questioned significantly the last 6 months. And now what you're saying also is essentially, yes, our society needs regulation. What stage you think regulators should play a role now? For example, you said, okay, no longer about KYC, Pandu, no longer about just know your customer and AML. What else should they be involved in your view?
Oh, I think obviously, just as things playing out, the next thing that all regulators are going to be very interested on is how account balances, right? So reserves. So I think that's absolutely going to be like where the focus is for the next little while, which is right. We learn from our mistakes. So a week ago, before that, they were looking at loans because all the loan companies had issues. But given the most recent revelations, I think people are going to be much more focused on user assets. So I think that's going to be the next, the next little period that's going to be the focus. Going forward, there's still many other things like wallet security. How do you secure your? How do you do security as a large exchange? How do you handle customer disputes? Yeah. Do you allow ICOs or not in your country? There's a lot of things to decide. So, but I think the next focus is definitely on user asset security. Yeah.
And I think that's probably top of mind for regulators today is to figure out, okay, what are my key priorities, especially for 2023, looking at crypto, because it is now accepted as an asset class. So in a way, what's your view, the role of Binance and yourself as a CEO looking at all this?
I think Binance, well, there's many parts of Binance. I think I'm much more involved on the Binance centralized exchange. So as an exchange platform, we are the platform to provide liquidity to other projects or users in the ecosystem. So we view ourselves as an infrastructure provider for other people to access crypto. So we should be very neutral. We should be very secure. We should be very compliant. And also we should also be easy to use. So we should protect our users as much as we can. So that's the role we play as a centralized exchange. We also invest heavily in decentralized DeFi projects, etc. There, we're much more of an investor supporter type of role. Binance Labs invested in about 150 projects so far, and the portfolio has done really well. So there we're like, we have a group of projects that we are usually a minority investor. So we don't drive them, we give them, some we just fund, and like some projects we just give them funding. There's no equity, there's no even tokens involved. We just fund them for them to do something stuff that's useful. I got this advice from a senior leader in the early days of Google. He said, look, Google provides a number of infrastructure services people don't even know about. The time that you have on your phone is most likely synced with a Google time server. Google provides that for free. When you look up a website, when you type in a website URL, the DNS lookup is most likely done by the Google 8.8.8.8 DNS server. It's free. So Google provides a number of infrastructure services here and there for free. People don't even know about it. His advice to me is like, you should just provide tools for people to use the ecosystem. So that's kind of our goal and our philosophy that we're trying to learn and copy.
So Google's philosophy is, in the IPO is do good, right? That's one of the philosophy of Google. Is there a philosophy you can share about Binance?
Yeah, we also have a two-word thing in Binance, which is protect users. Yeah.
So, I think, moving forward 2023, geopolitics, whatever is happening today in the world, in China, and now, obviously, recently in your industry, what do you see the trend in 2023, top of mind for you and for the crypto industry?
I'm not very good at predicting trends. If at the beginning of 2021, I would not have said NFTs or GameFi. At the beginning of 2020, I would not have said DeFi. At the beginning of 2017, I would not have said ICOs. But 6 months later, all of those things happened in each of those years.
That's right.
So looking forward is very hard to predict. So we just have to wait and see. We need to wait to see what's taking off and then try to help it. So for example, today, I don't know what metaverse really means, and I don't think anybody really knows. It's a hard word. but nobody knows what it really looks like. But if a platform actually takes, in the metaverse space, actually takes off, getting users, we should support it, right? So we should, we should help them any way we can. If they need investments, if they're launching tokens that needs liquidity, we should list it. So we need to identify, we're looking for trends, we're not predicting ones.
And in your view, in your industry, it seems as consolidation is the big play. Is that true, or is it something else going on?
I think today is definitely consolidation, especially given that FTX just went down. So they're like the 4th or 5th largest exchange in the world. So now they're gone. So now there's definitely consolidation. In a bear market, we see severe consolidations, and also with FTX going down, we will see cascading effects, right? So I think BlockFi is now bankrupt again. And I think Voyager deal is going to be, I don't know what's going to happen there. FTX won the bid, but for $1.4 billion, but obviously they won't have the money to pay for that. So they will probably have a second hit. A few other projects going to be in similar situations. And I think it will take a couple of weeks for most of them to come out. So there will be, so right now there's definitely consolidation.
Yeah, and when you mentioned this, I have probably 3 quick questions and I think we're done. There's a big step back because of what happened with FTX. It may take 2 years. There's a lot of things actually relying on platforms such as yours. You mentioned about metaverse and everything else. Will you see innovation slow down this next couple of months? And is people simply just becoming risk-averse in the industry?
I think innovation is hard to measure that way. I think most of the builders are still building. In fact, some of the smaller exchanges might see this as an opportunity because now there's one less, bigger player up there. So there may actually be more people wanting to start exchanges. And I think the builders were building projects. I think Solana ecosystem is quite negatively affected. So I think many of those developers might want to migrate to other blockchains, et cetera, or looking at different options. And BNB chain is one option. There's many other blockchains in the ecosystem. And even just Solana, we would love to help them. The builders will continue to build, but it's especially for those close to the FTX ecosystem, they will be more negatively affected. But at the same time, there will also be less money coming in, or at least slower, short-term, coming in slower. But the technology is not going away. Right, so it's like the internet is not going away, blockchain is not going away. So we will recover from this, and there will be more. In a decentralized industry, when one player goes down, it causes a lot of pain, but other players will come in very quickly and feel it. And those new players that feel it will be stronger ones, right? So there'll be more competition. So the market takes care, the market will heal. The market will heal itself.
And in your view today, just short-term, being pragmatic, do any of your stakeholders really understand what's going on in the crypto? And I mean stakeholders, regulators, auditors, policymakers, right? State leaders, do they really understand? I mean, if you saw 0 to 10, what level of knowledge do you think they know?
To be honest, I think if we say average across the world, they understand.
Among the big states, like the countries that matter, US, China, the G20 countries that
I think even if we take an average of the G20 countries, the understanding of crypto among the regulatory bodies are still relatively primitive. Many of them are trained to think in the traditional financial way.
Correct.
So I can tell you, to many banking regulators, fractional reserve is very normal. Right, banks every single bank that I know of runs on fractional reserves. So they may not even. This is why they don't look at this problem before this instant. So there are differences, and to be honest, senior members they have a long career to get there. They're trained and molded by traditional finance that didn't exist. Well, crypto didn't exist during their careers until very recently. So many of them are learning this from reading online, etc. Many of them don't hold crypto yet.
Yes.
Right. So many of them have not downloaded a wallet, doesn't have a Binance account, haven't played with things. So many of them are still have a theoretical understanding of it. In my communications with them, I would say still the majority of people have a rudimentary understanding. But the people who really understand. So, the regulators in Dubai, they really understand the technology. In France, they really understand it. When I go to those places, I don't have to explain what crypto is. They say, hey, how do we move forward? Yeah.
So I guess this is my last question for today. For some of you, will see in the B20, we're gonna talk again. But for all of us here in the audience, mainly Indonesians, what is your hope in a way for all of us? Because a lot of our young entrepreneurs, first-time entrepreneurs, some are actually seasoned, like Pak Frankie here, he's my senior mentor here, who's a seasoned entrepreneur. What are kind of the key lessons looking at this cycle, and what is kind of like some values you can instill to them, to the entrepreneurs here?
Sure, I think for entrepreneurs, in any industry, I view entrepreneurs as like almost like a 2-3 step process. The first step is really just finding product market fit, right? So you have an idea, you implement something, you see, hey, does this stick? Does it stick means there's a few different ways to measure. Churn rate or stickiness. If you bring one user, do they get a second user in for you? If you achieve that, then you have product market fit. Or if you achieve profitability, or if you achieve growth. So once you achieve that, then you find the right product. Before that, you're in the experimental stage. You should experiment with small amounts of VC money, etc. And then once you find product market fit, that's when you scale. So that's the second phase. Scaling at the scaling phase, then you can raise much more money. You can do more marketing. And you can potentially look at blockchain to issue a coin or a token, because then you have product market fit. The chance of failure is much lower now. Once you issue a token, changing your business model is not that easy, because every time you change a business model, your token price goes up and down, and users complain. So there's a scaling phase, and then there's a maturing phase, right? So at a certain size, regulators will come in, and they'll be looking at governance, etc. So there's a maturing phase. So I think mainly those 3 phases from my perspective. And I would say blockchain, crypto is a very, very useful tool to accelerate the second phase, not the first phase. I don't recommend people to use crypto for the first phase.
Thank you, CZ. I want everyone, please give a round of applause to CZ for being open. Thank you.
Check. Thank you very much, Pak Pandu. Let's give another round of applause to the long-awaited talk to the CEO of Binance, Mr. Zhang Zhengzhao, and I'm sure a lot of people waited here to listen. I hope you know what to do with your crypto assets by now, after that talk. Thank you once again. In a very timely conversation, Pak Pandu and also Pak Zhao. Sure. We will be leaving the event for today. Once again, we thank Mr. Zhao for joining us today in our event in the Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Bapak Ibu hadirin, selanjutnya adalah sesi Fireside Chat. Fireside Chat ini mengambil tema Successful Matrix, Impact Investment in Digital Finance and Fintech. Sesi ini akan dipandu oleh CEO dari Impact Plus Indonesia, Bapak Rizky Wisnuntoro. Untuk itu kami mengundang Bapak Rizky Wisnuntoro untuk naik ke atas panggung. Kita berikan tepuk tangan pada Pak Rizky Wisnuntoro.
Okay, well, sitting here on this stage before me is Pak Pandu. So compared to Pak Pandu, I'm just kutu kupret lah ya. Very good afternoon, everyone. His Excellencies, thank you very much for staying here. And my name is Rizky Wisnuntoro. I am here as the co-founder and CEO of Impact. Impact Indonesia is all about ESG impact investing, research and rating, training and consulting, so many inks. Ini pilotnya Citylink senang pasti jadinya. Okay, so The reason why I'm here all alone on the stage is because our speaker today, my very good friend, Ganesh Rengaswamy, is attending online. I think Ganesh is already with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a warm welcome for Mr. Ganesh Rengaswamy. All right, Ganesh, am I...
Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
Hi. Hi there. Hi there, Pa Ganesh. Am I audible for you?
Yes, very much. It's a new experience for me too, and I really apologize for not being there in person. I had a travel, logistical issue, but would have loved to be there in person.
That's all right. That's good. That's brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. I think some of you here attending in this room already know about the profile of Pak Ganesh. Pak Ganesh used to lead Action Frontier, and also he was the one who led the Greylock Partners entering into the Indian market, and now he is the co-founder of Keuangan. So may I now just start with the question, Pak Ganesh? Let me start with the root question. Why fintech? You have done some remarkable and notable portfolio, and the question is, why fintech? And also, what makes Keuangan different from any other players who already tap into the fintech and digital economy at large?
Thank you. Thanks for that question, Pariski. First of all, I think your pronunciation of Kona is perfect. It's a complex five-letter word which I've heard being pronounced in so many different ways by different people, and it's a word we made up. So thank you for your perfect pronunciation. On your question, I think it's a very topical question, and this kind of takes me back to about almost 10 years now, when we really started thinking of Kona, and why and how do we want to really construct an organization, and what kind of impact we want to create. And there are a number of reasons why we have built an organization that's at the confluence of emerging market, tech, fintech, impact driven investing. But fintech and adjacencies of fintech really ended up being the cornerstone of Kona's sectoral theme, because we believe financial innovation and fintech first of all is not the end goal, or it's not be all and end all, but but financial innovation is really kind of the foundational means to an end. And these solutions can be oil, as we say, they can be the oil that greases the economic engine across different sectors. So whether it's supply chain, whether it's health tech, whether it's climate tech, whether it's food tech, agri tech, mobility, so on and so forth, across sectors, we really believe that financial innovation and fintech has the power to be able to help design creative solutions which can have far-reaching impact across various verticals and sectors, which collectively can lead to very meaningful socio-economic change. So fintech really was sort of that bedrock or foundation for us, which we believe could help us create a much broader and meaningful organization as Kona.
All right, thank you very much. So I see that in your portfolio, you have also done some remarkable works in Southeast Asia and Indonesia in particular. How do you see that? Insofar have you learned?
Sure. So we, personally, I have been, doing business and operating as an entrepreneur and investor in Southeast Asia since 2000, probably more than a decade now. Sometime in 2009-10. These were early days of entrepreneurship. So in that sense, we've been fortunate to see the ecosystem evolve over a period of time, and we see, frankly, similarities on multiple dimensions with some of the other super exciting emerging markets, including another emerging market that I'm very closely associated with, which is India. And of course, I happen to be Indian as well. So a lot of excitement when we saw some of the very promising evolutionary signs, in the ecosystem. Just to give you one example of what I mean, I think one of the indicators we also, a couple of indicators that we look at very positively in ecosystems that we get excited about is homegrown talent and or talent coming back to build exciting enterprises in the respective countries. The second measure, especially from a fintech and broader digitization, digital commerce or digital inclusion perspective, is how we measure and understand the digitization of the infrastructure in these markets. And I think and there are a number of other dimensions, but in the interest of time, just I use those examples to just give the audience a sense of how we think. And on number of these dimensions, I would say in the last 5 years, 5+ years, we've probably seen Indonesia as one of the most rapidly evolving ecosystems in that sense. And if you look at Kona's portfolio as well, also, that's reflected very strongly. It's been our fastest growing geography, in the last 2 funds.
I see. And yeah, we have done quite a lot as well in investment in Indonesia, right? With CoinWorks, with Alami, and many notable portfolio as well. So how do you see so far in Indonesia in particular, and also in the, say, Southeast Asian market and global market? Are there any challenges that you have found, and how did you tackle them so far?
Sure. Whenever I'm asked about challenges, my response usually is how much time do we have? Because I can talk about challenges for a long time. Clearly, as you can imagine, the nature of innovation obviously has, and digital innovation has its challenges, because a lot of times it's new, uncharted territories in emerging markets, and it's no different, frankly, in number of countries in Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. Another aspect to this is that we focus on sort of financial innovation or solutions related to financial innovation, and most of the times they also end up being regulated, or either right from the beginning, like lending solutions, or sometimes they get regulated over a period of time once they scale and become successful enough. So either which way, regulation is a very, very, very important, essential, and integral part of these solutions. And part of the challenge is technology innovation sometimes, or most of the times, is probably ahead of the regulation itself. And so working with the regulatory ecosystem and policy making ecosystem to be able to move forward and be able to provide creative solutions, I think is also a process that not all founders are seamlessly comfortable with, and that's another challenge. The third is the third and final big one, I would say, is that the digitization infrastructure of number of our countries, and Kona primarily invests in 4 continents, 14 emerging countries. India, Indonesia, and Brazil are our top 3 countries, and we invest across Southeast Asia in other countries as well. But in number of our countries, I think digitization has taken a step change in some ways, and also in some cases, digitization is not yet become mature and seamless. So we are still going through this experience of digitizing number of our rails, whether it's KYC, whether it's sort of APIs to be able to provide contextual commerce experience, or to be able to provide seamless digital payment experiences, or so on and so forth. And hence, when part of the challenge we see is sometimes, as entrepreneurs start building solutions, they realize that they have to take a step back and also be able to build the infrastructure which they would have assumed to be a given, but actually it turns out that it isn't. So hence, company building experience also has more bumps or friction along the way than you would have expected when you start.
Okay, now this is very interesting. So how do you see then in the next 5 years ahead? For example, speaking about business sustainability for a while, how do you see that we will go beyond IoT and 4.0? Because you also mentioned about the infrastructure as well as one of the imminent challenges, for example. So what do you think? What's your take on this?
Can you repeat the question again? Take on what?
Yeah.
I just missed that part.
I see. So, speaking about business sustainability itself, so now that you also mentioned that infrastructure becomes one of the main challenges, right? So, how do you see it will grow in the next 5 years, for example, be it in Indonesian market or even in the Southeast Asia or global market for digital economy at large? Are we ready to move beyond 4.0, for example? So what's your take on this?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it's a very pertinent question because there's lots riding for number of the fast-growing, promising economies, including Indonesia, which is very much at the center of it. I think from an infrastructural perspective, there is hard infrastructure and there is digital infrastructure, and within digital infrastructure, of course, there are a number of more nuanced aspects. I mean, some are foundational infrastructure, and some are infrastructure solutions that can actually help you provide contextual solutions more seamlessly, whether it's between commerce platforms, and financial solutions, or digital health and financial solutions, so on and so forth. I think on hard infrastructure side, it's obviously a much longer conversation, but all of us are realizing that number of the solutions for them to be able to sustainably scale over a longer period of time, they also depend on hard infrastructure along with evolution of digital infrastructure. I think some of the digital commerce, both on B2B and B2C and B2B side, are good examples where technology can certainly enable the experience to be a lot more efficient and be able to deliver solutions to whether it's to small business or to lower income consumers in an effective way. But at the same time, there is a physical element to number of these things, and hence they also depend on hard infrastructure. I think I'm generally more optimistic by how I'm seeing evolution of this across markets. One, because there is evolution, but two, also because I think businesses have started factoring in these challenges. On the digital infrastructure side, I think the foundational aspects are becoming more clear and rules of the game are becoming more clear. I think the regulators are also talking to each other a lot more now. So some of the more foundational solutions, whether it's paperless transactions or KYC or AML related solutions, or ID and authentication solutions, are becoming more standardized. I would say the more evolved digital infrastructure, whether it's for contextual solutions or whether it's for cross-border, I think those are still at a relatively less mature stage, and I'm hopeful that they'll evolve more in the the next 3 to 5 years. So, in summary, I would say I'm hopeful of where we are headed, but certainly, some the two caveats that I would say: some aspects need to move faster than they have been to keep up with the technology. The second is, as we put infrastructure together, I think we need to ensure that there is stability and consistency, as opposed to sort of more lean startup, rapid experimentation, which has been done in some cases when digital infrastructure has been put in place, or rather public digital infrastructure has been put in place by regulatory and government bodies. So stability and consistency is important as well to lead to the adoption of this infrastructure.
That's interesting. Stability is important. I do agree with you. And recession is inside. At the same time, parallel with this, we also have COP27, with the issue of the environment becomes more imminent because the risk is imminent as well. So now that you also mentioned about stability, how do you think that we should cope with this? I mean, balancing the risk, and also at the same time, we need to expand as well. So how will you cope with this in the future?
Yeah, no, great question, and it's probably one of the, at least from an economic and business perspective, is probably one of the most critical questions, if not the most critical question to answer for our generation and probably the next couple of cycles of business and in foreseeable future. I think again, just like number of newer concepts, I think we are going through a cycle of of first, lack of awareness, and then some understanding, and then heightened awareness, leading to sort of the urgency of embracing ESG and impact becoming more critical, to now we're getting to a point where solutions are starting to get designed. They're still in early stages of maturity, but again, we will see a lot more maturity on this front, and ESG becoming an integral part of how solutions are designed, as opposed to being an afterthought, which I think it's been for, at least in the prior previous decade. It will probably become more integral, and folks and the maturity will have to set into the ecosystem, that we will have to balance growth with responsible. Responsible growth will become an integral theme, as opposed to the ESG component becoming an afterthought. We are already seeing changes. In ways some of our portfolio companies also undertake efforts, starting with the fact that number of them have started measuring their ESG impact and against the SDG goals, SDG goals more seriously. And that's a great starting point, because only once you are able to understand how you're operating, and you will get a better sense of how you want to evolve in a more responsible manner. So I don't think there is any shying away from that. It's going to become very integral to how we scale and grow. Which might mean that there is going to be certainly an element of cost, and in some cases maybe an element of degrowth as well. But if we take a 7 to 10 year view of building companies, I think it will be very essential to have a responsible lens.
I see. That's great. Now that reminds me with the statement of Pak Mahendra and also Bu Sri Mulyani just a few sessions ago, that we need to provide solutions to the ecosystem. And I recall the question, the simple question, when someone asked to us about what business are you in? It was a simple question, right? We can just say we are in fintech industry, or my business is in, say, non-bank financial industry. But starting next year and the next 5 years probably, it will go to the root. When someone asks what business are you in, then it will be about what kind of solution to which problem of the ecosystem that we will tackle. So this might probably be my last question. So what do you think today, next year, and in the future, that will become the key contribution point for fintech, fintech industry at large, and also digital economy, to which ecosystem or which problem that we can solve through financial technology in the near future? So what's your take on this?
Sure. Sure. I think you set the context, very well for this. If you ask us or the folks and the ecosystem we work with, I think really in the foreseeable future, we are very clear on our focus, which is responsible finance, to be able to deliver access and quality to solutions which can further the financial inclusion solutions that can further the life of SMEs and underserved. And a lot of these solutions are newly designed for these markets, and they are not standardized solutions which have worked in developed markets that will apply here. So whether it's ease of doing business, whether it's and that could encompass number of things, right, from digital credit to protection solutions in terms of insurance, ease of digitization of payments. If we just take the theme of payments, digitization of payments can have phenomenal positive impact on an economy, and there are a number of reports on this. Some of the work we have done with folks like IFC and number of other developmental finance institutions. And by the way, fortunately, this is a conversation we were fortunate to have with even OJK back in 2017, when we were looking at some of our early investments in Indonesia. But the broader theme is there are a number of direct effects and cascading secondary and derivative effects of digitization, and the ability to help meaningful transactional payment, financing, protection solutions, helping them reach to SMEs and to underserved consumers at large. And the derivative effect of that is probably seen across the economy. The other dimension of this, of course, is how fintech solutions weave into the overall scheme of things, and where a lot of new innovation, whether it's adoption of newer solutions in food tech, in mobility, in health tech, in climate tech. They all require creative designing, of ability to afford these solutions. And a lot of times, financial innovation becomes an integral part of these themes to be able to help make the impact of this reach the larger mass. And we believe that we'll see phenomenal changes on all these dimensions in the number of these dimensions in the next 3 to 5 years.
I remember the Kona has the parameters for measuring the impact, right? So can you share a little bit about this?
Sure, sure.
Yep.
So the broader Kona framework, which again has been arrived at by working with number of regulatory bodies, working with number of developmental finance institutions, including IFC, FMO, etc., as I just mentioned, and working with some of the largest impact bodies around the world, including Global Impact Investing Network, Blue Mark, so on and so forth. Has kind of gone through a number of evolutions. At the top of it, we have a three-leg framework which assesses the creating access, ensuring quality, and mobilizing markets to be able to adopt these impact solutions at scale. Each of these has, we can go a lot deeper into this. Creating access, of course, means being able to design products and solutions for the lower income target segment, whether SMEs or consumers, which, by the way, happen to be majority of the of the ecosystem in the markets, in the emerging market that we operate in, including Indonesia and India. But really being able to measure access, creating access, which can be done through number of operational and metrics. Creating quality access is a more nuanced dimension. For example, you could always say, hey, just taking simple example of digital lending, you could always say we were able to create access and give loan to someone who would not be given credit by formal institutions. But what the quality aspect of it talks about, the transparency, the pricing at which it's given, how is the customer service, how are the collection practices, how clear and timely are we in terms of ensuring that the customers understand the communication and understand what they're paying, what they're getting in return. So the responsible credit aspect is in itself is one dimension of quality. Every product and solution is different, but that in itself is a pretty detailed conversation. And what we mean by markets is one of the prime reason Kona exists is to be really this bridge between the impact world and mainstream world, to show that impact solutions can create commercial success and be meaningful at scale. And hopefully through our portfolio companies and companies we back, it can be demonstrated well enough that it motivates other players to actually come into the market and be able to create a market at large, because most of the problems that our portfolio companies are solving cannot be solved by one company, and there is room for number of players, but you need to show the path.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I've come to the very last point. Quick and short. Do you have any clue? What should we do, particularly in Indonesia, next year? With that said, and with the threat of a new post-pandemic era, especially with the economic situation and geopolitical situation, what should you do? What should we do? How do you see Indonesia in the short-coming future?
Yeah, that's a great, great question. And obviously, I don't have crystal ball, and I'm not a macroeconomist. But from my vantage point of financial innovation and digital commerce, I would say that first of all, I've been super excited to see number of things which I believe Indonesia has done right in sort of fostering innovation and this new ecosystem. I think 2023 is going to be a year of consolidation, in my view, across the world. And for most of the market leaders or rapidly emerging market leaders, I would say it's very important for them to leverage 23 to be able to fix the challenges which they probably have been thinking of fixing for a long time. But rapid growth sometimes doesn't let you take a breather to be able to fix that. But really, it would be a good year for consolidation. and to be ready and be well poised to be able to take off the year after that. I think that would be a productive use of the of foreseeable future to come. The other dimension I would say is it's also a great opportunity, especially from a very, I would say, from a financial inclusion, fintech and digitization point of view, for the industry and regulators to work more closely to be able to smoothen out some of the some of the newer policies and help create more stability and consistency for greater adoption by the market and ecosystem. And again, I think we will have some time over the next couple of quarters, hopefully, to be able to do that, because 23 is going to probably see a slower start than we think.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Once again, please big round of applause for Ganesh Rengas Wami. Thank you very much once again, Pak Ganesh.
Thank you so much, Paristi. Really
So,
appreciate being here.
Pleased to meet you too. The honor is mine indeed. I'm Rizky Wisnuntoro signing out. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's so much an honor. Thank you, Pak Ganesh, once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Rizky, for delivering that session. Dan hadirin sekalian, kita akan langsung lanjutkan ke acara selanjutnya, yaitu adalah sesi Visionary Speech yang pertama dengan topik All Hands on Deck, Personal Data Protection for Secure and Reliable Transaction in Digital Economy, yang akan disampaikan oleh staf khusus Menteri Kominfo, Bidang Digital dan SDM, Bapak Dedi Permadi. Kepada Bapak Dedi Permadi, kami persilakan naik ke atas panggung.
Pak Semi Pangerapan, my guru, Chairman of AFTECH, Mas Pandu, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish you all stay healthy. After enduring a lengthy discussion on the financial industry updates, some of which are about data, allow me to refresh today afternoon by sharing three of my takes on the upcoming trends of the data utilization. Firstly, data will remain the main driving force of industry's growth. I'm sure all of you here are well aware of that. Thanks to the technological advancements, the financial industry has experienced drastic changes. The transaction value of global fintech market is forecasted to double from 14 billion US dollars in 2022 to 28 billion US dollars in 2027. Secondly, consumer demands a better data management. It is no longer a secret that our society is now increasingly wary of the protection of their personal data, which imprudent handling by data will bring harm not only to data subject, but also to industry players. Such concerns are not baseless. The risk of digital financial services, which strongly driven by data utilization, is becoming more evident. Based on study by Microsoft, in 2022, for every second, there are approximately 921 password attacks around the globe. In Indonesia, the Ministry of Communications and Informatics under Pak Semi Authority since 2016 until November 2022 has taken down more than 10,000 unlawful digital information contents related to financial services, including illegal fintech and trading contents. Thirdly, governments will continue to ramp up its effort in enabling a more secure and trusted environment for digital economy transactions. Efforts are carried out through many aspects, starting from providing sufficient digital infrastructure to enacting regulations for data protection. As of September 20th this year, Indonesia has welcomed a long-awaited personal data protection law in managing the safety of national digital landscape. The ministry has taken measures in handling unlawful digital contents. Indonesia is not alone. Many countries has begun to revamp their national data strategies. Take example, our closest neighbor, Singapore, which recently passed the amendment of its personal data law, or the United States, that is currently in discussion of its federal privacy bill. In addition of that, various international instruments, such as Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or CEPA, had begun to develop in conjunction with initiatives at international level, like ASEAN Economic Community, and not to forget the G20, which will have its leader summit in the next few days. And the G20 forum, in specific, the Digital Economy Working Group, chaired by the Secretary General of the Ministry and myself, Indonesia led the discussion on data through the tabling of principles of data free flow with trust and cross-border data flow, namely fairness, lawfulness, and transparency. Here, we can affirm that the introduction of the discussion of the principles was supported by all G20 members. With the upcoming changes, we are left with no option but to move forward. We have to improve our communications and increase our collaboration even more, or more simply said, all hands on deck, just like our theme today. It is not only data that we ought to share, but more importantly, the sharing of insights among key stakeholders, which pave the way towards more robust and balanced actions where data can be beneficial in a safe, trusted, and secure manner. In the long run, I'm confident that we can gradually improve the digital literacy of the stakeholders, including the users of digital service, on the importance of data protection. We can start by improving developers' awareness and comprehension of many privacy-enhancing technology concepts, such as privacy by design and privacy by default. Sharpening decision makers' skill in making the most accurate decision in the digital era, and at the same time, raising users' awareness on data privacy. Having such effort, I'm confident that we will arrive at a safer and more trusted digital ecosystem. I wish you all a pleasant and meaningful discussion, and at the same time, enjoy your time in the beautiful island of Bali. All hands on deck. Recover together, recover stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much Bapak Dedi Permadi, Staf Khusus Menteri Kominfo Bidang Digital dan SDM. Hadirin sekalian, acara selanjutnya adalah sesi Hard Talk. Topik yang diambil dalam sesi Hard Talk ini adalah Flashing in Mirror, Realizing Secure and Reliable Digital ID to Promote Customer Protection Through Strategic Public-Private Partnerships. A very interesting topic. Untuk itu kita akan langsung saja memulai sesi Hard Talk ini dengan mengundang moderator pada sesi ini, Senior Technology Advisor, former Chief Technology Officer of World Bank Group, Ibu Leslie Goh. Kita undang bersama dengan tepuk tangan Ibu Leslie Goh.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an honor to be here. I'm waiting for our esteemed speakers here. Hopefully they will have a chance to stream in. I think I see Pak Sammy when you get a chance to come up to stage. First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee at AFTECH and plus also OJK and Bank Indonesia for this honor to be here today. This has been a long-awaited event, and I was just in Singapore for the Singapore Fintech Festival, but I personally think that this is a very beautiful venue to have an event of this nature. Now, we just heard about the data security and importance of that, and all hands on deck. Now, digital identity is a critical part of the digital economy. And it is such an important capabilities, especially in eKYC of fintech and digital financial services. Now, from my point of view, as we're thinking about the plans towards the recovery stronger and the path towards digitalization, many top governments around the world and policymakers and regulators are looking into this space and figuring out what does that mean for them and how do we create a stronger and safer digital economy, especially on digital identity. Because this is one area, if you would get it right, we create an incredible ecosystem for the users in all aspects, as well as the business, and to really create a strong ecosystem. Now with me today, I have very knowledgeable experts from the government, as well as private sector. I would like to welcome them to the seat here to share their thoughts. Professor Zudan, if we get a chance, I would love to welcome you. Next, I would like to welcome Pak Sammy. Thank you very much. And last but not least, but Edward, coming in from the private sector. Well, I would like to first start with Professor Zudan. Now, what are the Chapel's comment and around the current focuses on programs regarding digital identity, and what would success look like for the implementation of this initiative?
Terima kasih Leslie. Rekan-rekan semua, saya ingin menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Pertama-tama, apa yang sedang dikerjakan oleh Dukcapil? Kalau dengan satu kata, Dukcapil sedang melakukan transformasi digital. Nah, digital transformasi ini kita lakukan sangat agresif di 9 tahun terakhir. Ketika Dukcapil bertransformasi dari dokumen menuju data. Ini. Nah, ini merupakan satu tahapan ketika di dalam praktek industri dan pemerintahan membutuhkan hal yang bersifat sangat strategis untuk verifikasi, autentikasi, dan otorisasi. Jadi dalam transformasi digital itu nanti akan kemudian kita bergerak menuju identitas digital, tetapi untuk memastikan 3 hal tadi. Pertama, verifikasinya harus benar. Contoh, ketika kami bergerak melakukan verifikasi, NIK-nya benar, datanya benar. Oke, verified. Kemudian, apakah data yang benar tadi terautentikasi digunakan oleh orang yang benar? Ini yang perlu kita cek. Sehingga berikutnya kita bisa melakukan persetujuan, mengotorisasi bahwa transaksi bisa dilakukan. Dalam praktek, Ibu dan Bapak, ekonomi digital kita atau transformasi digital kita ada problem sedikit. Ini perlu saya sampaikan bagi kita untuk mengkaji semuanya. Datanya benar, verified, pertanyaannya adalah apakah orangnya benar dan melakukan transaksi itu secara sadar. Misalnya kita beli di Shopee, Bukalapak, Tokopedia, di situ hanya menggunakan satu tolok ukur, kita masuk ke dalam sistem, namanya kita seringkali tidak tahu, tetapi hanya diwakili dengan cara membayar. Yang beli pun tidak pernah membubuhkan tanda bahwa saya membeli sesuatu. Nah, oleh karena itu saya menawarkan Bapak dan Ibu, dengan kita nanti bergerak menuju digital, transformasi digital dilakukan minimal dalam verifikasi menggunakan 2 alat ukur. Pertama, dengan NIK, sehingga datanya terverifikasi langsung dengan Dukcapil. Yang kedua, dengan foto wajah. Atau dengan menggunakan tanda tangan elektronik. Jadi di Dukcapil sendiri sekarang, seluruh Indonesia pejabatnya menggunakan tanda tangan elektronik. Maka langsung Dukcapil dari 2019 bisa bekerja dari manapun. Tidak lagi menggunakan tanda tangan basah, tidak lagi menggunakan cap. Nah, dalam transaksi ke depan, permohonan secara online di Dukcapil harus menggunakan NIK dan minimal tanda tangan elektronik. Jadi transformasi digital ini kita dorong ke sana. Nah, saya berharap ini karena Leslie Go, banyak sekali problem yang kita hadapi di dalam autentikasi. Ini mohon maaf ini kawan-kawan, saya mencermati di dalam peer-to-peer lending. Banyak sekali orang baik mensubsidi orang yang jahat. Kenapa? Karena banyak sekali orang jahat, pinjamannya tidak dibayarkan, sehingga menyebabkan bunga fintech itu tinggi. Mengapa bunga fintech itu tinggi, peer-to-peer lending itu tinggi? Karena dia ingin menutup kerugian karena banyak orang yang tidak membayar dengan baik. Artinya, suku bunga yang tinggi tadi ditanggung oleh orang-orang yang baik. Nah, ini transformasi digital harus mampu menjawab itu. Nanti dengan identitas digital juga akan membantu untuk menyelesaikan problem itu. Nah, salah satu penanda dalam transformasi digital, dalam identitas digital adalah NIK, foto wajah, dan tanda tangan elektronik. Nah, 3 alat verifikasi itu menjadi sangat penting dan ini yang terus ditawarkan oleh Direktorat Jenderal Dukcapil. Kita bertransformasi, jangan hanya satu penanda, NIK, kemudian dikatakan bahwa NIK sudah diverifikasi dengan foto wajah. Nah, kita tambahi satu aspek lagi, yaitu tanda tangan elektronik, sehingga betul-betul orang itu memberikan penanda yang nirsangkal. Itu Leslie.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your great insights. Now, I would like to ask a similar question to Pak Sami, coming from Kominfo's current focus and programs regarding digital identity, and what would success look like for the implementation of this initiative?
Thank you, Leslie. So this morning or this early afternoon, we heard from Pak Mahendra and Bu Sri Mulyani how Indonesia prospect in the future. So the opportunity is here. So if you want to part of this opportunity, you have to win the heart. To win the heart, you have to learn bahasa, so understand what we're going to communicate. By saying that, I will answer your question in bahasa. Thank you, Leslie. So, apa yang kita lakukan di Kominfo, saat ini kami sudah menyusun suatu framework dan sudah berjalan. Kita akan melakukan distributed digital identity. Jadi kita terdistribusi saat ini sudah ada 2 penyelenggara dari sektor pemerintahan dan 6 penyelenggara di sektor swasta. Kenapa kami berpikirnya jangan sampai 1, jangan single failure ya. Jadi jangan sampai 1 nanti bisa bermasalah apabila terjadi permasalahan. Jadi jangan sampai itu. Nah, yang kami akan mengatur ekosistemnya ada dari tata kelola dan juga membedakan antara trusted repository, which is Pak Sudan yang menyusun semua, yang menyimpan semua data-data valid, dengan issuer digital ID. Nah, kenapa kita membutuhkan digital ID? Kita tahu bahwa dalam era digital makin banyak orang melakukan kegiatan aktivitas di ruang digital. Setiap aktivitas di ruang digital pasti meminta data pribadi kita. Nah, coba kita bayangkan berapa banyak data pribadi kita ada di mana-mana. Apalagi dengan adanya undang-undang perlindungan data pribadi ini kan, kalau bisa kita meminimais pengelolaan data pribadi yang ada dalam kita. Nah, untuk itulah kita sedang memikirkan dan sudah berbicara dengan semua stakeholder bagaimana menciptakan sebuah digital identity yang tadi terdistributed. Bukan hanya ini, tapi konsepnya tuh kita pakai yang sekarang ini kan sudah ada, yang mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah tahu di Indonesia menggunakan ada teknologi PKI, itu yang kita persyaratkan untuk para PSRE menerbitkan sertifikat digital. Pada saat mereka menerbitkan sertifikat digital, sebenarnya juga bisa menerbitkan yang namanya digital ID. Pasti harus diverifikasi dengan trusted repository, di mana karena data-datanya yang sudah lengkap ada di Dukcapil. Ini kira-kira yang kita ingin bangun, supaya tadi kan kita bukan seperti Singapura ataupun Estonia yang single. Takutnya tadi kalau sekali one single failure di situ semua mati. Ini kita bisa terdistribusi. Tapi kan nanti yang mamanya, oh ini sudah dilakukan pengecekan dengan trusted repository, dalam hal ini ya Dukcapil. Artinya oh ya ini data ini sudah. Jadi memang tetap nyambungnya di sini. Karena yang punya data lengkapnya di Provider ini ada 31 item data pribadi. Tapi kan mungkin dari sini kan nggak perlu semuanya, hanya beberapa. Itu yang kita lakukan dan ini sedang uji coba. Jadi sudah ada beberapa, kami kirim surat kepada para penyelenggara CE untuk melakukan para penyelenggara sertifikat authority ini untuk melakukan kajian untuk melakukan uji coba. Itu kira-kira yang kami lakukan. Terima kasih.
Well, thank you very much for also sharing your perspective from the government side. Now, I'd like to now turn it over to Pak Edward, coming from the private sector. What is your thoughts on this? In your opinion, what are the main challenges for government, institutions, and companies in regards to the data security? How significant are the damages caused by failure to ensure proper digital security fortification?
Okay, when we talk about data privacy, data security, especially in relation to utilization of digital ID, like in Indonesia, for example, I believe the challenge right now is much more on how can we able to achieve secure data protections, right, during exchanging of data between government agency and companies. I believe this is actually one of the very common concerns that also become a showstopper, right, that probably we will notice that a lot of government agency or company are still very reluctant to exchange data because they are worried, right? If actually everything stored centralized, right? If anything happened to the centralized database, then the stakeholder will be into disaster. I think one of the very good example that was happened in Singtel a couple of years ago. I believe many of you may have heard about that. So those is actually a very good case that we need to look at. But at the same time, in order to achieve a true digital economy transformation, agency, company have no choice but to exchange data. So of course, one way to address it, that probably we can try to establish a good and strong data privacy platform which can actually apply pseudonymization, right, together with distributed query. So you can imagine one day, perhaps in Indonesia, right, where the Ministry of Health, wanted to get data, about some of the citizen health data from hospital, clinics, or even insurance company. By using this method, they can achieve even with the data owner continue to retain their own data on their own premise, right? But with the distributed query, where those match data set, okay, which also have been anonymized, right? The output of the mesh data and the analytic result is the only one they're going to store in the centralized database. So with the zero trust on the centralized database, even in the event if the database has been compromised, like Singtel case, no one can link this record is actually belong to the Prime Minister, right?
Great insights, thank you. And also in the audience here are two Indonesia entrepreneurs, Vida as well as Privi, who are part of the whole private sector innovation ecosystem. I just want to call that out because I think we talk about the balanced view of what the government's put in sights and then also investors and private sector. Now, a while ago, I wrote a few pieces at the World Economic Forum around the consumer and end users' point of view where their security is infringed or violated as a result of data breach. From the customer's redressability perspective, I think it's important to put the end user at the center when we design the solution. So I would like to come back to, from a government's point of view, what are the measures that Dukcapil will adopt to ensure creation of secure and reliable digital identity for Indonesians? In addition, how do you handle consumer complaints regarding the Dukcapil data usage being handled in the future?
Pertama, Bapak dan Ibu, saya itu melakukan taking risk, mengambil risiko ketika mengawali berbagi pakai data untuk verifikasi dalam praktek di industri keuangan dan pemerintah. Mengapa saya mengatakan taking risk? Karena Dukcapil mengawali berbagi pakai verifikasi data itu dari baseline kekurangan. Jadi kalau ditanyakan apakah Dukcapil pada waktu mengawali itu siap? Tidak siap. Jadi kemampuan Dukcapil pada waktu itu di kisaran 50%, 60%. Pilihan leadershipnya adalah kita nunggu siap atau berjalan sambil membangun kapalnya. Saya sebagai dirjen memilih berjalan sambil membangun kapalnya. Jadi kemungkinannya adalah saya berhasil 50% atau gagal 50%. Andai saya tidak mengawali, saya akan 100% gagal. Nah, ketika mengambil langkah itu, keberhasilan kita dalam verifikasi data 60%. Hacker masuk bisa kita lakukan blokir, memblok terhadap malware bisa kita lakukan. Kemudian kita bekerja sama dengan BSSN untuk memperkuat sistem. Pada waktu itu tingkat akurasi data kita baru di kisaran 60%. Karena perekaman KTPL ketika saya jadi dirjen kurang lebih 8 tahun yang lalu itu baru di kisaran 50%, 60%. Artinya pada waktu itu data penduduk ganda masih banyak. Penduduk yang memiliki NIK lebih dari 1 masih banyak. Ketika sistem kita belum kuat pada waktu itu banyak data yang diverifikasi tidak ketemu. Kemudian itu kita perbaiki terus. Sekarang Bapak dan Ibu, penduduk Indonesia yang memiliki KTPL 198 juta atau setara 99,21% dari seluruh target. Target kita 200 juta. Dulu pada waktu saya masuk jadi dirjen, lembaga yang kerjasama itu 40 lembaga yang kerjasama. Sekarang yang kerjasama dengan Dukcapil 5.336. 8 tahun tumbuh demikian tinggi. Nah, maka kami mencoba memastikan digital ID adalah satu langkah untuk memudahkan di dalam melakukan tahapan verifikasi, autentikasi, dan otorisasi. Tapi digital ID-nya Dukcapil harus ditemani dari identitas digital yang lain, misalnya dalam bentuk CE, Pak Semi. Misal ini, digital ID Dukcapil berupa NIK, KTP digital, ketika orang bertransaksi untuk peer-to-peer lending, maka pemohonnya tolong membubuhkan tanda tangan elektronik. Dan kami ke depan, ketika masyarakat mengajukan layanan online di Dukcapil, penduduk harus memberi tanda dengan tanda tangan elektronik. Sehingga proses online-nya bisa berjalan. Nah, di situ membutuhkan cyber security system dalam tingkat yang tinggi. Maka Dukcapil memperkuat firewall, baik untuk database firewall, kemudian bekerja sama dengan para ahli, dan bekerja sama dengan BSSN. Mudah-mudahan Pak Semi ke depan ketika pusat data nasional sudah selesai, Dukcapil diberi slotnya di sana Pak Semi. Sehingga data center kita kuat. Karena salah satu kelemahan Dukcapil di data center. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu, kami ini tumbuh, berjalan sambil membangun kapalnya. Apakah pada waktu itu kami tidak banyak yang membeli? Oh salah, banyak sekali yang membuli saya. Karena apa? Dukcapil dianggap tidak siap. Tapi semakin ke sini, bulian, caci maki, alhamdulillah sudah berganti. Dukcapil mendapatkan lebih dari 30 penghargaan dalam rangka transformasi digital. Jadi terima kasih kepada seluruh lembaga yang sudah memanfaatkan data Dukcapil. Leslie, terima kasih.
Great insight. Thank you so much. Now going to Pak Semi, I wanted to ask the same question. What are the measures that Kominfo will adopt to ensure creation of secure and reliable digital identity for Indonesians? In addition, how do you handle consumer complaints regarding the data usage being handled in the future?
Oke, tadi kan saya sudah sampaikan bahwa yang kami propose adalah penyelenggara digital ID ini kalau bisa adalah dari penyelenggara CA. Untuk menjadi penyelenggara CA yang berinduk di Kominfo, itu ada 113 atau 103 item yang mereka harus comply. Itu mungkin bisa tanyakan yang di depan ini, berapa lama mereka bisa comply itu, ada yang 2 tahun dan setahun. Dan setelah mereka lolos, setiap tahunnya mereka akan diaudit untuk memastikan apa? Keamanannya, memastikan data handlingnya, sistemnya. Dan tiap tahun mereka dilakukan auditing. Kenapa kami melakukan auditing? Yang auditing bukan kami, ada sebuah badan independen. Karena kami sendiri sebagai induk daripada CA diaudit oleh Web Trust. Ya tadi itu adalah untuk mengangkat yang tadi namanya keamanannya, security-nya. Nah bagaimana handling customer-nya kalau ada terjadi? Karena tadi terdistributed, kan bukan single kan, ada saya boleh sebut namanya, ada Privy ID, ada Vida, ada yang lainnya, DigiSign segala macam. Mereka lah yang bertanggung jawab terhadap menangani setiap komplain yang yang ada. Nah, kenapa juga kami membuatnya multi, jadi kita buat banyaklah penyelenggaranya supaya terjadi kompetisi dan juga bisa meningkatkan inovasi. Kalau hanya single nanti kita ini take for granted. Tapi kalau ada beberapa, nah mereka akan berlomba-lomba memperbaiki sistemnya dan memberikan layanan yang terbaik bagi masyarakat. Tapi tetap yang namanya compliance yang kita tekankan. Dan tiap tahun untuk memastikan dia harus diaudit. Kalau dia tidak pas ya kami akan revoke. Karena revoke berarti pindahkan ke penyelenggara yang lainnya. Karena yang namanya customer harus dilindungi. Itu kira-kira.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to now turn it to Pak Edward. Could you provide an overview of what Secure Metric is, your company, initiative and innovations to help ensure secure and reliable digital identity across Southeast Asia?
Thank you. Secure Metric, we are a Malaysian startup, Malaysian company, but we always focus our business in Southeast Asia. In fact, I've been into Indonesia, we are a subsidiary here since 2006, right? So I really like here. Come to our core business, basically PKI is our core. It's actually our very strong domain expertise. In fact, to date, our company has already successfully implemented a national skill PKI project into 6 out of 10 ASEAN countries. So, and of course, many of we have many customer and friends in Indonesia as well, right? So, what we actually seeing the trend forward, like Park mentions, is definitely not just leveraging on the PKI, but when we talk about digital identity, it will be actually stored into the end user mobile phone. So one of the anchor that I believe the industry or the market have been actually start moving forward is actually to further strengthen, right, the mobile security. Because mobile devices, we use it day to day, right? But at the same time, it also highly exposed to threats because it is actually an easy target. So with your own in-house security team, sometimes you may not be able to keep up, right, to the extent. So I believe the anchor of mobile security to protect the digital ID app, right, even to make sure in the event if the device has been compromised, right, your app are still being protected. Yeah, so.
Great. Thank you so much. I know we are coming up on time soon. I think there's one important thing I wanted to ask all of you regarding the private sector and government coming together to really co-create and innovate. I was recently in New Delhi, and my session was with the fireside chat. It was a Harvard conference. I'm an advisor at Harvard. And it was with the chief architect of Aadhaar, which is India's digital identity UPI stack. And he shared some of the most amazing insights on how India scaled up to 1.3 billion people in a matter of a few years. And that video is now online. I posted on LinkedIn yesterday. What I thought was interesting is the kind of public-private partnership that is really important to scale out to that kind of level in India. And with this last question to all of you, given that you each represented your respective organization, to see how public sector and private sector can come together to really collaborate and create an even stronger ecosystem for digital identity in a secure manner. Maybe I'll start with Professor Zudan.
Terima kasih Leslie. Apa yang kami dorong saat ini di Kementerian Dalam Negeri khususnya Dukcapil adalah berbagi pakai data menuju satu data Indonesia. Nah, berbagi pakai data ke depan itu saya berharap rekan-rekan ingin kita bisa bersama-sama masuk kepada era meminimalkan data. Misalnya dalam kerjasama itu cukup 2 elemen data saja yang kita buka, NIK dan nama. Kalau datanya sudah benar terbaca, tidak perlu disimpan. Data itu diautentikasi, sudah terautentikasi dengan tanda tangan elektronik, kemudian biometrik, berikutnya kita lakukan otorisasi, cocok, transaksi jalan. Jadi tidak perlu masing-masing menyimpan data demografik. Nah, di dalam era berbagi pakai data itu, tentu kita ingin menuju dari Kementerian Dalam Negeri single sign on. Di dalam setiap pelayanan publik cukup ketika kita sudah pernah masuk dalam sistem layanan publik, NIK itu menjadi kode referensi. Jadi cukup dengan NIK kita daftar di bank cukup, daftar di sekolah cukup, daftar di polis asuransi cukup, sertifikat tanah juga cukup. Nah, untuk menuju ke sana kita perlu alat verifikasi tambahan sebagai bentuk penanda bahwa masyarakat betul-betul melakukan transaksi itu. Nah, cermin penanda itu menurut saya saat ini yang paling akurat adalah sertifikat elektronik atau tanda tangan elektronik. Itu sebagai yang mewakili individu sebagai subjek hukum. Nah, di dalam setiap tindakan hukum harus ada aspek hukum yang menjadi wakilnya. Dalam transformasi digital, tanda tangan elektronik menurut saya saat ini yang paling advance. Nah, yang terakhir, mari kita bersama-sama membangun dan menerapkan sistem manajemen keamanan informasi. Ini menjadi sangat penting, setidak-tidaknya dengan standar keamanan informasi di ISO 27001. Ini menjadi baseline bagi kita semua untuk bergerak ke arah transformasi digital. Leslie, terima kasih.
Ya, jadi memang konsep yang kita kembangkan memang harus PPP ya, public private partnership. Kenapa? Memang karena kita mengaturnya secara ekosistem, kita bedakan. Jadi ekosistemnya di satu sisi ada pemerintah yang adalah single source of truth data. Itu tempatnya ini, habis itu ada regulator dan juga fasilitator dan ada pelaku usahanya yaitu CA. Ini adalah ekosistem yang kita kembangkan. Jadi nggak mungkin kita semua ngerjakan satu orang satu ini. Jadi ada yang penyelenggara digital ID-nya, ada single source of truth-nya, Dan ada regulator dan fasilitatornya untuk memastikan ini berjalan. Jadi kita memang membutuhkan kerjasama antara publik dan private. Itu adalah konsep memang, dari awal kami kembangkan. Kalau tidak, sebenarnya di Kominfo sendiri sudah pernah awal-awalnya, sebelum saya masuk mereka sudah mengembangkan, ingin membuat sendiri. Saya bilang datang, loh ini kok pemerintah menjadi regulator tapi juga penyelenggara. Dulu kita punya namanya apa itu, ada Sivion. Jadi the first CA is provided by the government. I said, why? You are the regulator but you also provider. So we change, I change. So we only the regulator and we be a facilitator. And then the issuer will be the private sector. This is our concept. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you. Over to you, Pak Edward.
Yeah, like I agree with Pak Samuel. I would say actually Indonesian, although they are late starting into PKI, but their development and adoption of digital ID have been amazing, very impressive. And same thing, I believe with the existing model with the 6 private public CA, licensed CA, and the 2 government CA, they've been already done a very, very good job. They have tens of millions of cert have been issued, right? So I think those are already a form of PPP model, although it's unofficially, right? But I believe moving forward, perhaps it will be also good to see, you know, the industry, the CA and the regulator can actually working together, probably into like what I mentioned earlier, on how could even looking into integrating, right, to have some form of cross-certification. You can imagine a very good, simple example is like a national standardized payment QR code. So we don't care, this ID is issued from which CA, right? But we will know how to verify, to confirm, you know, the validity of the users. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the wonderful insights from the government and the private sector perspective. I also want to draw your attention to a report from the World Bank together with Singapore GovTech on the Singapore SingPass, which is the national identity system. And there are some really good documented stories and what are the best practices as you plan your journey forward towards a robust and secure digital national identity system. I want to wish you all well with this closing remark, and thank you so much to my distinguished speakers here. Have a great rest of the afternoon and event.
Thank you, Leslie.
Check. Thank you very much, Ibu Leslie Go. Let's give another round of applause to Ibu Leslie. Ibu Leslie, if you'll take a picture. To Ibu Leslie Go and everyone here, to all our speakers, Professor Zudan, Mr. Edward, dan juga Pak Semi, thank you very much for that very insightful talk and a very needed talk about the technology behind the personal data protection and personal ID, or digital ID. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all our speakers today. Very insightful talk in our hot talk. Kita akan melanjutkan acara kita pada sore hari ini. Sesi selanjutnya kita akan kembali memasuki visionary speech. Tadi kita sudah mendengar visionary speech yang pertama dan kita akan mendengarkan visionary speech yang kedua. Visionary speech yang kedua ini mengambil topik The Ties That Bind, Deepening ASEAN Economic Integration Through Cooperation in Digital Economy and Fintech. Visionary speech yang kedua ini akan disampaikan oleh Chairman dari Kadin Indonesia, Bapak Arsyad Rashid. Untuk itu kami mengundang, kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Bapak Arsyad Rashid.
The most difficult when you speak is actually becoming at the last day. And so I was asked to speak about the ties that bind, deepening ASEAN economic integration through cooperation in digital economy and fintech. So first, a very good afternoon. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Arsyad Rashid. I'm the chair of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And we are the host of the B20, part of the G20, and is going to be November 13 and 14.
Om Swastiastu, as we are in Bali, and to say Assalamualaikum and to say greetings to all. Originally, I would like to actually describe about ASEAN. I think you've heard about ASEAN perhaps today, but so I just going to go to my main advocacy, what I would like to advocate actually today. First of all, talking about ASEAN, Indonesia will be the chair of ASEAN next year. And we're talking about ASEAN, I think you all know that it is one of the largest economy as a whole, and with more than 600 people, million people, and basically I think you all be able to imagine the penetration of all the high internet penetration, the smartphones, and even the population size and quality. And when you talk about ASEAN, you have to look at Indonesia, because we have, from all 600, 270 million people are actually in Indonesia. So talk about economy, talk about population, and all those things are there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like today, just to go straight in this forum today, I would like to actually advocate for a seamless cross-border payment method to stay ahead and deepen regional economic integration. I'm talking about ASEAN here. As payments are the lifeblood of modern economy, solving the cross-border payments problem will yield economic efficiency and financial inclusion gains. This is why the G20 has made its priority to address existing friction in a global cross-border payments, to make payments cheaper, faster, more transparent, and more inclusive. Member state central banks have undertaken several initiatives to make payment more seamless. Take an example, Singapore. Singapore has been actively working to connect their Pay Now with payment system in other countries, starting with Thailand's PromptPay, then India's Unified Payment Interface, and Malaysia Do It Now. This linkage allows Singapore and partner jurisdiction users to transfer funds directly to one another's bank's account. Then another example is actually Indonesia. The Indonesian Central Bank, or Bank Indonesia, BI, has launched what we call Quick Response Code Indonesian Standards, or QRIS, to facilitate cross-border payment using local currency between Indonesia and Thailand and Malaysia, and will soon be expanded to Singapore and the Philippines as well. But such bilateral payment connectivities are time-consuming and expensive to implement. The effort to connect each payment corridor in every region is not a trivial process. As one of our industry partners put it, these countries requires 3 bilateral links, but 10 countries would require 45 bilateral links. And also, with noting, while cross-border payments can be made instantly through such linkages, the settlement process for such payments only happens sequentially. It goes through a series of correspondence banks, and it depends on the jurisdiction of the respective settlement cycles. The delays could be aggravated by differences in cut-off times and compliance requirements between different intermediaries. These are 2 possible ways to solve the cross-border payment challenge. First, build a multi-central bank digital currency, or CDBC, or a common platform. Or second, to introduce ASEAN digital currency. The most obvious benefit of an ASEAN digital currency is that it would dramatically lower cross-border transaction and payments. An ASEAN digital currency would cut middleman costs for currency exchanges and make payments instantaneously. Plug in with the latest blockchain technology in the sphere of decentralized finance and smart contracts, it has the potential to be radically transformative. This initiative will help to achieve cheaper, faster, and more transparent cross-border payments and settlements. Ultimately, improving the life of people, especially the underbanked, unbanked population with limited access to financial services, who make up 70% of the adult population in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, we have seen substantial progress and development in ASEAN cross-border interoperability, with greater connectivity among different trade platforms, overhaul capital market infrastructures, and general embracing of digitalization and the fourth industrial revolution. However, the work has just started, and there are still plenty of challenges that need to be tackled before a seamless regional payment system in ASEAN can be achieved. Despite all the technology available to us and the domestic market that have embraced digital payment, the region is currently lacking in one area of cooperation. We need collaboration between and among the private and public sectors across ASEAN. Only then we become a leading digital community that is competitive, inclusive, and forward-looking. Businesses can catalyze investment in digital infrastructures, as well as build and invest in educational platforms to democratize the digital economy and expand financial literacy. As for the government, they must convene and collaborate with fellow ASEAN member states to create a monetary system with regulatory frameworks that allow a harmonized, fast, transparent, just, and fair regional digital payment network. In Indonesia, we have these traditional values. We call it gotong royong, or I interpreted it as inclusive collaboration. And Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, to compete with the world's economic superpowers. ASEAN needs to unite and collaborate, building the region with one common purpose of advancing ASEAN as a global economic powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, and finally, as Indonesia is about to assume ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, Kadin, or the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, has been mandated to lead the ASEAN Advisory Business Council. One of our priorities is to advance integrated digitalization in the region, including the realms of financial technology and the digital economy. Allow me to conclude with this. The future of ASEAN is ours to shape. Let's innovate in a sound, sustainable way harnessing the benefits of digital technology in a way that is consistent with our shared values. Thank you, and I look forward to actually challenging this with you and looking forward whether my advocacy is heard by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arshad Rashid. Thank you, Chairman of Kadin Indonesia. And also, Pak Arshad, good luck on the B20. You have a star-studded speaker list on the B20 meetings here. So good luck with that. Thank you very much. Boleh kita berfoto bersama Pak Pandu, Pak Arshad? Kami persilakan naik ke depan. Pak Semi, silakan. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini di Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Dan seperti yang disampaikan oleh Pak Arshad tadi, it's gonna be an exciting 2023 as Indonesia becomes the chairman of ASEAN. Berbagai kerjasama tentu saja sudah mulai dirancang dari sekarang, berbagai perbincangan, pembicaraan baik di level pemerintahan maupun di level bisnis juga sudah mulai mengambil tempat mulai dari tahun ini, sehingga banyak hal yang menyenangkan yang akan bisa kita lihat di tahun 2023 saat Indonesia menjadi chairman of ASEAN. And this will also continue to our next talk. Selanjutnya kita masuk ke sesi Hard Talk yang kedua. Topik yang diambil dalam Hard Talk kali ini adalah We're Better Together, ASEAN Experience in Promoting Resilient and Inclusive Economic Growth through Digital Finance and Fintech. Untuk itu kami mengundang moderator di Hard Talk sesi kedua ini, Bapak Eric Buntoro selaku Associate Partner McKinsey & Company untuk memandu sesi Hard Talk yang kedua. Kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Bapak Eric Buntoro.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Before we start with this talk, I would like to thank you for all the organizers that have invited us for this event. Before I invite the esteemed panelists that will represent multiple countries in ASEAN to hear about the insight on how fintech can help the region's economy to recover and also accelerate. And with a key that, as Pak Arshad has mentioned, integration is key. And with that, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists, starting with Bapak Diki Wijaya, the Vice Secretary General of AFTECH. I would also like to invite Mr. Wilson Bay, President of Fintech Association of Malaysia. I would also like to invite Amor Maklang, the convener of Digital Filipinas, and also the ED and trustee of Fintech Filipinas. And last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Ruben Lim, the COO of Fintech Association from Singapore. I think I must say this is quite a rare treat for being able to get the fintech insight from multiple countries at the same time. I understand that our main question is about Asian digital integration. But before proceeding to that question, I would like also to learn more about, in your opinions, as like a key person in multiple fintech associations across the region, how do you have seen the impact of fintech in your respective countries for accelerating economic recovery, but also addressing issues that persistent for some of the emerging economies in this region, which is financial inclusion? Maybe I start with Bapak Diki first.
Thank you, Pak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think in terms of how fintech has helped the financial inclusion as well as the economy recovery in Indonesia specifically, we can start with, if you see Indonesia itself, right, we know that we are the largest archipelago in the world. We have 17,500 islands, 75,000 villages, and in Indonesia we know the Sabang to Merauke, the distance between the most western side to the eastern side is about 5,200 kilometers. That's 1/8 the circumference of the earth. So in order for us to be able to reach financial inclusion to all all across the country, it's very challenging. It's just because of the sheer size of Indonesia itself. And if you pre-fintech days, fintech industry, back in 2015, 2016, I think financial inclusion was only about 35 to 40%. And now it stands at 85%. I think that kind of shows the power when the incumbents, such as banks, work together. We collaborate with the fintechs and manage to increase the number of financial inclusion index. And how do you do that? Because you finally have to use technology. In the old days, if you want to reach all these different villages, you kind of have the banks have to open branches. Now with technology, and I think earlier Bu Sri Mulyani was saying that we're trying to connect everyone, every single Indonesian citizen to the internet. That's the key driver, right? That's the key driver so that they can then access the technology service, the financial services that's available even without the physical presence of a branch. I think that's how fintech has helped, collaborating with the incumbents. With the economic recovery itself, during the pandemic, the government was dispersing cash to the needy people, and they have to do it fast. And I think the old days, it would have been done via banks, via branches as well, but now it's done via wallets, digital wallets, e-money, and so on, and it can be done very quickly. So that really helps getting the money to those who are in need of it. And also on the SME side, I think the government also have some programs that disperse money through some fintech players in order to help the SME to recover from the effects of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pa. I think that's very important. I think that the key is always increase speed and access, right, with this new technology.
Correct.
And I think I remember when I led the McKinsey Personal Financial Services Survey, one of the key learnings that we learned, like between 2017 to 2021, although digital banking usage has gone up by 50%, the amazing thing is the story of the e-wallet story. The e-wallet grows by almost 10 times. So you can see, as you mentioned, even though banking has continued to increase, but how financial innovation can leapfrog that progress. So I would also like to ask a similar question to Wilson, right? So how would you describe the impact of fintech and financial innovation in your home country of Malaysia?
Sure, thank you, Pak. Salam sejahtera, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wilson from the Fintech Association of Malaysia. The revolution of fintech, or rather financial technology, has absolutely catalyzed the growth of financial inclusion and also economical recovery in Malaysia. I still could recall vividly in 2016 when I first ventured into fintech as a former banker. I was quite skeptical, thinking whether fintech, whether it will stay or it will just remain as a buzzword. But today, indirectly, thanks to COVID pandemic, the digitalization of financial services has leapfrogged in Malaysia, and I believe similar trend is also observed in Southeast Asian markets as well. And let me just introduce a few points on how fintech has democratized businesses and also economic recovery for Malaysians as a whole. So number one, financial technology is not new. I think this morning when I was attending the OJK regulatory closed door session, one statement was made very clearly: financial technology is not new. In the 80s, when the first ATM was introduced, or in the early 2000s when online banking was first introduced, it was a form of financial technology. However, not many people were adopting towards these forms of financial technology. Most of the population or communities who started adopting this form of earlier financial technology belong to the more affluent segment, belong to the larger state-owned enterprises or the larger organizations. However, today, with the evolution of financial technology, it has made financial services to be done and delivered in an easier, faster, and it's also safe to say in a more secured manner to the larger public. Case in point, my own mother, who is who is from the northern region of Malaysia, in Penang. Before COVID, she would think twice before she would buy stuff online using e-wallet or using online transaction. But today, she's one of the key proponents in the family who say that, look, go and check out the e-commerce, go check out the products before you make the decision. And her story is one of the many for the larger communities in Malaysia. And this is where we are also seeing technology such as peer-to-peer lending, technology such as equity crowdfunding, technology such as initial exchange offering, which essentially is to facilitate platforms to help businesses to raise money via digital tokens in Malaysia. So all of these technologies are helping smaller businesses, micro enterprises to raise funds which were not accessible in the past if we were to approach conventional banking. And this to me is a form of fintech benefits in the sense of financial recovery. And of course, what is also very pertinent is the job opportunities creation. Today, a lot of the young people in Malaysia, they have the aspirations to venture into the fintech industry. They see fintech industry as a very captivating job opportunity, apart from just in the past joining the top consulting, oil and gas, engineering firm. Today, fintech industry is definitely offering a lot more job opportunities, which is crucial in the entire economical recovery post-COVID in Malaysia as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. I think your quote about banks introducing technology in the 80s and in the 2000s, like most of the financial innovation were introduced by banks, right? I think what is changing now is like the innovation and the technology is not being introduced by banks. It's actually being introduced outside of banks. And I would just like to think that when Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, he said, what is a bank? A bank is basically a technology company with like a banking license, right? But I can also see it's the same thing happening that fintech now are acquiring banking license, right? So it's started to see a convergence between the two. So thank you for sharing that. And I would like to go to Amor for a similar question, right? How has fintech has shaped like the financial progress and also the inclusion of Filipinas?
Thank you very much. Maybe just a short comment on what you said about banks before I answer the question. In the Philippines, increasingly, we're seeing the banks trying to act more like technology companies and the technology companies trying to act more like banks. So that's an interesting phenomenon. If we have time, we should chat about it. Early on in the Philippines, we have decided that fintech should take on a more expansive definition. In other words, it's not just about payments, it's not just about wallets, it's not just about banks, but rather the definition of fintech being the fuel that fires up various verticals. The Philippines, you may or may not know, is one of the pioneers of e-money in the world, having probably one of the biggest diasporas due to overseas workers. I mean, even M-Pesa, and this is on record, came to the Philippines to learn from smart money and GCash at its early stages. So we are looking at how, say, for example, insurance, when touched with fintech, becomes insurtech, education and fintech, edutech, and so on and so forth. But aside from talking about the bottom of the pyramid, which I'm sure is a shared concern amongst all of us, I'd like you to look at the financial exclusion problem of the Philippines from slightly different filters. First, we have a challenge related to, say, religion exclusion when it comes to financial inclusion. What do I mean by this? 1/3, I never get tired of saying 1/3 of the country is Muslim, and there is a high propensity for crypto uptake amongst our Muslim community. So what does that tell you? That a very big percentage of that community, young and moneyed, are feeling excluded. So that's why I look to my slightly older brothers, Pa Dicky and Pa Wilson, slightly, take note, to guide us when it comes to the Sharia fintech side of things. Next, those who have the means don't have the access. For example, wealth tech and insurtech. Many have the means to get themselves protected or to make themselves prosperous, and yet the tools for those are not immediately available for them. When people say in the Philippines that they are not banked, it really means that the monies are with the cooperative sector. However, our challenge is that we are disparate, separated, island to island, not talking to each other. So there is that great opportunity that hopefully the other markets can support us. And last but not the least, and later I think we can discuss it in the business models, we have a beautiful coming together of blockchain, crypto, gaming, and fintech, which the Philippines pioneered in the X2Earn market. So thank you. I hope we can discuss that later.
Thank you, Amar, for sharing. And so, as I go to Ruben, I just want to ask, so how do you see it in Singapore? We know Singapore is much more developed compared to the other Asian countries. So how have fintech has emerged and has thrived in Singapore?
Hi, thanks for that. Interestingly, you put the largest country in Southeast Asia and smallest country from end to end. Singapore, east to west, is only 45 kilometers. North to south is only 23. You can literally run. People actually cycle around Singapore, 100 over kilometers. So we are very small. But interestingly, we actually experienced the same breakthrough during COVID, during the pandemic. The technology has always been there, but the adoption has always been slow. So pandemic really just drives up the adoption, and solution is already there. And I think that's evident between the largest and the smallest. And I think that's evident for Singapore as well. I think going forward for Singapore really would be looking at the area of wealth tech, because we need more opportunities and ways to grow our wealth. And I think there's a lot of wealth in every country among all our panelists here. So I think wealth tech is really something that we see picking up going forward in time to come, and really about how citizens can actually use a mobile phone on different applications, start to invest in areas that you would have no access to in the past, such as your bonds, your ETF. And right now you're seeing more and more brokerages, digital brokerages coming, so that now you can actually invest in your US equities just like that. Or in fact, if you are not I'm not an expert, so I actually subscribe to things like Syfe, Endowers, Stashaway, where they actually have robo-advisory as well. They're using the algorithm to allow us to invest in those. And they usually generally have much better returns than the traditional products that we are familiar with, such as investment-linked products. So if there's any insurers here, my apologies if I offend you. So that's really one area. And I think another one would be buy now, pay later. So that's really something that we see in Singapore that's picking up quite a bit as well. And while we may think that in Singapore, everyone probably has access to credit cards and stuff, but there's always that gig economy, there's always that people, there's always that jobs and occupations where credit is not readily available. So it could be the likes of hawkers, it could be the likes of drivers. So credit will still, or even students, or students who need equipment. So buy now, pay later will also be another solution that we witnessed in Singapore, especially pick up during the pandemic period.
Thank you very much. And I like how our last two panelists expand the idea of fintech is going just beyond payments. And with that, I would like to go back to more with a question, right? So as you mentioned, there's wealth tech, insurtech. What do you think are the most interesting business models that is emerging in the Philippines? As you said that payments, people were able to learn from the Philippines because Philippines was a pioneer, although people may not know about that. What do you see are the most interesting development from the Philippines that we from ASEAN and also the whole globe can learn from?
So basically, Pa, you're asking me what could potentially be our big contribution as Filipinos to ASEAN and the rest of the world. With everyone's permission, I'm going to take liberties and co-opt the children of fintech in the Philippines, and that would include decentralized assets and also blockchain, with everyone's permission. Number one, the Philippines is not only one of the top 3 consumers of coins in the world, side by side with Vietnam and also Nigeria, but we are specially situated because we have the distinction of not just consuming coins, but also creating new digital assets. Seriously, we can make money out of singing and dancing like apes, creating stickers out of Wow, just incredible, incredible. There's never been a time when we can actually create new asset classes, no? As to whether how our regulators look at it, that's a totally different discussion altogether. But NFTs specifically have the greatest opportunity for creating mass uptake for a technology like blockchain, which regardless how you feel about crypto, you know is there to stay, and you know is there to change our financial services industry. So I made mention earlier about the play to earn market. So with everyone's permission, the gentlemen here are sick and tired of me talking about it, but is anyone here familiar with the X to earn market, the play to earn market? One, two, a handful. So allow me to give you the 60-second pitch. Imagine a game coming from Vietnam. By the way, Vietnam is part of our movement, and so shout out to Vietnam. They came up with a progressive game on the blockchain called Axie Infinity, but it has a gas fee of close to 20,000 pesos or close to $350 to buy a monster. You need 3 monsters to play, and so those at the bottom of the pyramid in the Philippines, you know what they've done? They've found investors to actually buy the monsters for them, and for these multitude of guilds to be managed by a manager. So we've created an entirely different economy out of it. It's called the the guild economy. You have yields coming from guilds, right? So it sounds so medieval, but really it's so Web3. And mothers, taxi drivers, those at the bottom of the pyramids are actually making money, crypto, then cashing it in fiat, right? The market's down, we know, but regardless of that fact, that is one of our contributions to the rest of the world. And after this, we hope to have learn to earn and maybe even lose weight to earn. Seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I think those are like very interesting development. So with that, I would like to go beyond our respective home markets, right, or countries. So think about like the ASEAN digital integration. As Pak Arshad was referring, that I think the natural evolution for ASEAN to be more integrated going forward. So understand that there's this idea and movement of ASEAN digital integration. I would like to hear from each of the panelists. Like what do you see as the key opportunities, and also for your views on the key risks. So with that, I start with Pak Diki first.
Okay, thank you. I think Pak Arshad was talking about it very eloquently, right? ASEAN itself, we are a market of 11 countries, total 668 million citizens. It's a very big market, but also very tough to crack because there's 11 countries. Cracking one country for every single one of us is already hard enough. But to have 11 different countries, 11 different regulations, they will be exponentially hard. But I think the potential, if we can work together, the potential is huge. Can you imagine if ASEAN managed to crack this? 668 million. Will be pretty much the largest single market in the world. And that would mean, yeah, there you go. And to repeat what Bu Sri Mulyani always says, right? It's earlier this morning, it's about domestic market, it's about investment and government spending. So if we somehow, the private can find a way to integrate with one another, and of course there will always be a need of public and private cooperation, it means we are domestically, if we can combine ASEAN, the domestic market is huge. And the investment, then everybody would want to invest to anyone. And if they invest to one, it means they invest to 11 countries. And that would create kind of a financial inclusion across ASEAN, not just across Indonesia or Malaysia. Singapore doesn't need it because you already have probably 100%. And so we have to look to Singapore to learn how to do it, right? So for Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, we still have a long way to go. But I think the potential is there, and it's up to every single one of us to figure out on how we can do it. But I think Pa Arshad was already explaining the first few steps that we can perhaps take, and I think we just have to support that.
Thank you for sharing that, Pak Diki. Maybe I ask Wilson to share, from your perspective, like what are the key risks and also what are the key opportunities with this movement for a more digitally integrated ASEAN?
In order to have a seamlessly digitally integrated ASEAN network or ASEAN region, I think 3 things have to take place. Number 1 is really about the infrastructure. I think even earlier on, the sharing from the chairman of CADIN also spoke about the regional payment network, which allows you to use your e-wallet regardless where you are in any ASEAN market, right? Imagine today, if I were to use my Malaysian e-wallet in Singapore, in Philippines, in Indonesia, seamlessly, with a good exchange rate, of course, right? That to me is a form of opportunity. However, what is required is a strong, unified infrastructure that has to take place when it comes to payment, when it comes to flow of fund, when it comes to unified platform. That would be crucial. And number 1, when it comes to a digitally integrated ASEAN, I would like to think that it is beyond just intangible services, it is beyond just financial services. It is also about transfer of goods. It is also about the e-commerce, right? Digital commerce. So the question would be how logistics can play a key important role in unifying ASEAN as a market. For example, if you were to order a product from a different market from Southeast Asia, how seamless, how easy it is, the product can be transferred from one place to another in a cost-efficient manner. So logistics play a very important role, and this is where we are seeing certain markets in ASEAN also setting up digital free trade zone to allow the ease of transfer of goods to be done in a seamless manner. And third, I think what is important is definitely regulations. Today, each jurisdiction has different regulatory framework. What I would like to see is the increasing unification on some of the common practices that can be shared or learned among key ASEAN members, especially when it comes to fintech services. For example, if you are a payment company in Malaysia and you have passed through the sandbox regulation, or you are licensed by the Central Bank of Malaysia, and if you were to set up shop in Indonesia or Thailand, could the entire process of setting up or licensing be expedited? Because certain form of regulatory approval has been obtained. So this is where I think regulation will be important. These are the 3 key criteria from infrastructure to logistics to regulations in order to bring up a more digitally integrated ASEAN. In terms of the risk, just to answer the question, I think with a more digitally integrated market, there is definitely more risk, especially in cybersecurity. And we have read all the global banks, most of the global banks are investing billions of dollars in cybersecurity. And this is where Data Act comes in a very important manner as well. But at the same time, it also creates more opportunities for cybersecurity firms, for cybersecurity entrepreneurs to look into how are you able to secure your electronic transactions in order to create a vibrant, safe and secured, digitally integrated ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. I think it's important because I think when we say digital integration, without the physical integration, it means nothing, right? Because as you say, like we can move funds, but the movement of goods is slow. Then why do we have like a lightning speed of like if payment settlement is settled in seconds, but the goods never come? Then it's also like a waste, right? So thank you for making sure that we're also aware of that. Not only digital integration, but also like the physical infrastructure is important. So going to Amor, like how do you see it, right? Like same topic, like ASEAN digital integration. How can it benefit like ASEAN in general? What would the risks we hear about cybersecurity? Are there any risks that you are concerned with?
So the Philippines has an unenviable position of being in the FATF gray list as of June 2021. And that's something that we in Digital Pilipinas and all the various associations are working hard to get out of. And a lot of our vulnerabilities come from the use of these new digital assets. Really, if we lick that problem, we'll get out of it quick. So keeping and protecting keeping the channel safe and protecting our consumers is a big priority for us. But it's not just a matter of employing the newest technologies or working with the largest providers in the world. Let me share with you an example of what happened November 2021, first week of November. The mind has a way of remembering all of these traumatic experiences. We had 2 breaches in the Philippines of, let me just put it this way, 2 domestically significant financial institutions. And it involved crypto to fiat, fiat to crypto. Two of them being some of the largest FIs in the country. And I think the opportunity is, how do we change the mindset of the major financial institutions to actually open up these technologies and share the risks and the vulnerabilities with equally important players in the sector that are non-banks? How can we truly have an open finance ecosystem, which we all are working towards? That's like our nirvana, right? Like the Mecca, our nirvana, that's our holy grail there. I've invoked all the Abrahamic religions, so hopefully it happens. And yet, despite that, the biggest hurdle to that is mindset of the biggest FIs. They're still continuing to create a moat around so that when they say open finance, it's really, let's do an open finance experiment amongst us banks, right? To the exclusion of TPPs, technology providers, fintech. So I think for me, that's the one big hurdle that we need to overcome. But I also would like to commend the gentlemen on this panel and the ladies in the private sector who's working tirelessly, because I think we could represent a microcosm of that interoperability. So whether it means, AFTECH calls, can you guys be here? Philippines calls, Malaysia calls, and we're all there together where it counts. I think that's a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Amor. And I would like to ask for Ruben to share a similar view, right? Like, what are the key risks and the opportunities with this ASEAN digital integration? And maybe on top of that, I want to add like another follow-up question. How do you think the significance of this movement in terms of attracting like investments going forward? Understand that all over the world, like the appetite for tech investing has a bit waned and has decreased. So how do you see is the importance of this initiative?
So I think the panelist has covered a lot about the opportunities and risks and things like that. Two points I want to maybe add on and also answer that question you raised earlier. First one is M&A. I think one big opportunity you see within Southeast Asia right now is merger and acquisition. And I'm coming from the angle where companies are fintech companies are no longer startups. More and more companies are now scale-ups. And what it means is that they are stronger, they are bigger, easily 100, 200, and even maybe from Indonesia and Philippines and Malaysia, easily 300, 500 members company. So they're no longer SMEs. So much as perhaps they are still burning or maybe they still have runway, but they are big companies already in their own rights. And especially if you're in the payment space, you are literally looking at probably a few hundred millions, if not maybe even close to 1 billion of transactions. So it's not a small company. And I think M&A is going to be something that you'll see expedite in this part of the world in Southeast Asia, where fintechs will start to buy fintech because you want to, instead of build from scratch, to expand your business offering, you acquire. So this is really one trend that I think will be coming up very strongly among ourselves. Another thing when you highlight about investment is that from the reports, we identify that less than 10%, probably only about 7 to 8% of investments in fintech in the world lands in Southeast Asia. And when it comes to the LPs, when it comes to the VCs from the other part of the world, they don't look at Singapore or they don't look at Indonesia or they don't look at Philippines. They look at Southeast Asia as a market. No funds in Singapore has a Singapore-only mandate. No. Singapore probably as part of the portfolio probably only resides from 30 to 50%. The rest has to be in this market because you want to have a balanced portfolio. So I think in that sense, ASEAN can really come together as association from ground up. We can really come together. For my craziest dream could even be a joint trip to Bay Area, to San Francisco, to UK, to raise funds, to raise awareness for this region. So that could be another angle that probably is unheard of, but it's very ground up, very Southeast Asia, and 11, and to Pak Tiki's credit, very updated stats, now 11 countries. So I think that will be quite mind-boggling if you ask me.
Thank you for sharing that. I think before we end this, this talk, I would like to invite every panelist to share with us, what one word would you describe for fintech in 2023, right? So maybe I'll start with you, Pak.
One word.
Yeah. Well, maybe more, but ideally one.
It's going to take some time to figure this out. One word. Finally, first thing that comes to mind was survival, but I don't think that's very hopeful for the crowd, right?
Boss, this one last panel, no?
Mainstream. Yeah. Mainstream.
Mainstream. Yeah. Wilson?
Well, I have a little bit more time to think. I will think this word, catalyst, for 2023.
So we're all here on stage because obviously we don't follow rules, so I'm not going to follow your guideline. Two quick concepts, digital lumbung and digital bayanihan, which is the idea of solving things from the ground up. Special shout out to the amazing people in AFTECH OJK Bank of Indonesia, because we are your twin sisters. Sorry, Wilson, and sorry, Ruben, but I'm gonna claim it. Our issues are the same, and the idea of solving problems in the rice fields, building homes in the rural areas from the ground up is what Lumbung and Bayanihan is about, and that's how we would like to shape our digital economy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amor.
Amor, my dear, there's regulation, cannot break rules. One word would be sunrise. Fintech is still sunrise.
Okay. So there you go, everyone. I think it's the mainstream to be a catalyst for building things ground up, and we are still seeing like a sunrise, not a sunset. And then I would like to invite everybody to give them a round of applause.
Thank you to everyone who stayed on. We're not rock stars, and you guys stayed on. Maraming salamat.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Pak Erick Buntoro. Let's give another round of applause to Pak Erick Buntoro and also to all the speakers. And we're sure to see more exciting things coming up in the next year, especially as we touch more upon ASEAN issues. Perbincangan tadi tentunya akan berlanjut lagi dalam diskusi-diskusi lainnya. Semoga perbincangan tadi juga menjadi sebuah sumber informasi dan menjawab sejumlah pertanyaan tentang apa saja yang bisa diraih dalam lingkup regional ASEAN dan dalam industri fintech di Indonesia dan juga di ASEAN. Sejumlah kerjasama sudah dipikirkan. Tampaknya undangan khusus untuk Ibu Mercy untuk ikut bergabung dan berfoto bersama. Backed by popular demand, Ibu Mercy. Indonesia Fintech Summit would not be the same without Ibu Mercy in the photo. So let's take this photo. Saya akan hitung mundur. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi, 3, 2, 1. Alright, terima kasih banyak untuk seluruh pembicara dan juga Pak Erick. Pak Diki mohon tetap di panggung. Kami persilakan. Yes, everyone may return to their seats. Thank you very much. Pak Erick, thank you very much. Bapak Ibu, sebelum kita menutup rangkaian acara Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022, kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan penandatangan MOU antara Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia AFTECH dan the London Institute of Banking and Finance, LIBF, yang merupakan penjajakan kerjasama capacity building bagi para anggota AFTECH dalam bentuk on-site dan online training. Pak Diki Wijaya selaku Wakil Sekjen 1 AFTECH akan melakukan penandatanganan yang sudah berada di atas panggung. Kami juga mengundang Mr. Angkarwi from LIBF untuk melangsungkan tanda tangan di atas panggung. Kami persilakan nanti panitia atau organizer akan membawa meja yang akan dipergunakan untuk melakukan penandatanganan. Kerjasama ini adalah penjajakan kerjasama capacity building bagi para anggota AFTECH dalam bentuk on-site dan online training. Silakan Bapak Diki Wijaya dan juga Mr. Angkarwi yang akan melakukan penandatanganan ini. Yes, someone should take a picture of this moment. Okay, let's do it together. Mr. Angkarwi dan Pak Diki. Ditandatangani bersama. We'll do that together. Yes, you may, please. Satu kali lagi ditukar. Okay. Oh, just switch places. That's easier. Alright. Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk penandatanganan kerjasama MOU antara Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia AFTECH dan the London Institute of Banking and Finance. Let's take a picture together, Mr. Angkarwi and also Pak Diki. Yes, you may hold it up and take a picture together. Okay, yes, hold it up, show it to the camera, and we'll take a picture together. Kita hitung dulu. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Terima kasih, kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi Mr. Angkarwi dan Pak Diki Wijaya yang melakukan penandatanganan kerjasama antara LIBF dan juga AFTECH. More pictures. Maaf mas, lagi foto. Baik, terima kasih Pak Diki. Mr. Angkarwi, I believe you have something to say? Okay, a short speech for all. Let's listen more about the signing. Mr. Angkarwi.
Selamat siang. Thank you so much, everyone. Very honored to be invited by AFTECH, OJK, and Bank Indonesia for this event. I shall not hold everyone back, so we have about 7 slides to go through, but I promise you we'll do it in 7 minutes, all right? So, do we have the slide?
Sure, ada slide-nya, minta dimainkan.
So my name is Kawi. I represent the London Institute of Banking and Finance. If you have not heard of us, we've been around for 143 years. We started having conversations with the AFTECH team back in the London Fintech Week. So we are banking associations for professional bankers. We are also accredited training providers globally. So our discussions with AFTECH has gone a long way in providing programs in 2023 to all the members. I guess I'll move on. So what we have established so far in 2023 are 3 programs. One is the governance, risk, and compliance for fintechs. The second one is on fintech sustainability for leaders. The third program is a certified fintech practitioners program. So the first programs that we have launched is going to take place in 2023 Q1. It's a on-site physical class that will train the fintech founders, senior management in understanding the part on governance, risk, and compliance. This is really at phase 2, where we will move on to the senior members within the fintech community. Slide is up? Ah, good. So, before that, I wanted to, could we go back one slide, please? Yeah, I picked this image up from a German institute for sustainability, a research institute, where I thought it would be interesting. The current discussion for the last 2 days have all been around digital transformation, digital technologies, as well as about impact investing, the care for the humans and Earth, right? So what LIBF has done over the last 3 years, besides doing the traditional banking trainings, we have also set up the 3 centers for excellence. Could we have the next slide, please? Yeah. So within our IBF, we have 3 centers for excellence. One is on governance, risk, and compliance. One is on digital banking and finance. And this is where I guess a lot of the discussion has been about for the past 2 days. But beside that, we also work very closely with sustainable finance, transitional finance banking experts in delivering our programs. As you can see, our audience, very senior board members we have done training for, as well as senior managers within the banking and fintech community. Next, please. So these are the 3 programs I mentioned much earlier. The GRC for Fintech, it's a 1-day program for very senior leaders, as well as for founders and senior committee members. Secondly, we have the Certified Fintech Practitioners, which is a 6-week program that we're going to launch with AFTECH to mid-career professionals who are really, really keen to continue their understanding on the business impact of financial technologies, either within a startup space or within a banking space. And lastly, that's where the sustainable part comes about, the discussions on ESG, impact investing, financial inclusion, and literacy. This is a strategic initiatives that we have worked together with a couple of fintech associations around the world as well. So what we will do is we will help to get fintech founders and senior managers to understand the UN SDG goal and how they could use their current business to implement a lot more sustainability and inclusion activities. With that, I shall conclude and get one of our Asia-based faculty members, Nicholas Wood, to run through 3 more slides on what we will be doing in the GRC for fintech space. Thank you so much. Nicholas, thank you.
Thank you. It's towards the end of the day. I'm going to be very rapid. 90 seconds is my promise to you. Next slide, please. As Kawi mentioned, I will be delivering the Governance, Risk and Compliance 1-day program. We'll work very closely with AFTECH to make sure it's customized to your needs and that it's going to be useful. It has to be useful to Indonesian fintechs. It's not just about knowledge, it's got to be useful, value-added training. With that in mind, the first, in a way, solution or practical solution is helping fintechs really identify the specific risks that they are running and to prioritize them. Because of course, when you're setting up then a risk management framework, it needs to be relevant to your biggest risks. You don't want to waste time on the tiny risks. You focus on the big risks and you measure them, you monitor them, and you manage them very, very well. And that's what we'll be training you to do. Next slide, please. We'll teach you about the 3 lines of defense. It sounds like a football term. It's actually about enterprise-wide risk management. What do I mean by that? You don't just appoint a manager and say you're responsible for risk. It has to be part of a culture running through the organization from the CEO down. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, the biggest bank in the world, 3.7 billion balance sheet. You will hear Jamie constantly talking about fortress balance sheet, risk management from the CEO down. Now, there are 3 lines of defense. Line number 1, the people actually doing the business, the front line. Line number 2, the risk specialists. Line number 3, audit. So we'll be training the fintechs on how to implement 3 lines of defense in your fintech companies in a relevant way. Final slide, please. Mercy asked me a question. Describe what is different about this course. What separates it from just being about risk? And I hope this slide is going to demonstrate the answer to that question. At the base, we have to give a foundation of risk governance in a way that will run through any risk training. But now is where we get different. The second level, we show how, when you get to really know your risks, you can improve financial performance. Every company wants to improve the financial performance. By understanding risk better, managing it better, your financial performance will improve. The third one, and this is what I call the magic moment, the alchemy. The alchemy is this. If you are able to optimize your balance sheet, you can actually deliver a couple of wonderful things. You can achieve competitive advantage. And then the final and the biggest one of all, you can achieve valuation improvement. So Mercy, what separates this course from other risk courses is we're trying to not only educate and train and upskill fintechs on risk, we're trying to improve performance, and we're trying to improve competitive advantage and valuations. And with that, I'll hand back to Mr. Kawi.
Thank you, Nicholas. So I guess with the conclusions of the day, we hope everyone has a good evening later on. Again, what we wanted to say is within the sustainability space, digital technology, digital transformations, as well as risk and governance, this is where we have been doing quite a fair bit of work, and we really thank AFTECH inviting us to be able to offer this content and our training expertise across to the members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angkarwi, also Mr. Nicholas Wood. Thank you very much. And we'd love to see how this may scale up and improve fintech in Indonesia. It's exciting to see what the education and the trainings will do in the future. Dengan demikian, Bapak Ibu hadirin, kita sudah tiba di penghujung rangkaian acara Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Tepuk tangan untuk Anda semua. Namun acara talk show-nya sudah habis di sini, tapi acara kita sendiri belum selesai. Malam ini masih ada networking night khusus bagi anggota asosiasi dan para undangan pemangku kepentingan. Kita akan bergabung di networking session serta gala dinner beserta entertainment yang berlokasi di Poolside Hotel Padma Resorts Legian pada pukul 19 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Ada sejumlah hiburan yang pasti tidak akan mengecewakan. Hiburan yang tepat untuk menutup rangkaian acara selama 2 hari terakhir ini. Ada diskoria dan penampilan dari Andin untuk malam hari ini untuk Anda. Jadi kepada Bapak Ibu pemangku kepentingan dan anggota asosiasi, kami persilakan untuk keluar dari ruangan, meninggalkan ruangan dan menuju ke poolside. Thank you very much everyone for joining us for the Indonesia Fintech Summit 2022. Kita bertemu lagi tahun depan 2023. Have a wonderful evening. Saya Timothy Marbun, sampai jumpa.
you.